deeper around your neck and you just start choking out.
And again, it's a choke that comes in at the perfect time. What was that? 5 or 6 minutes, and Sheena wasn't even getting a taste of his own buff.
Oh my goodness. I'm sure Wolf is going to tell us a lot more, but before we get into that, we've got to mention about Toomey here, something that a lot of these players are going to be bringing to make sure they can protect their valuables here, and also Toomey being the partner in esports for M2. So as the journey to becoming the champions in M2, it's going to be long, hard, and arduous. It's going to take a lot of damage, but Toomey has perfected with the latest Toomey luggage and backpack. You can bring your gear anywhere with you safely without worry. Be sure to check out toomey.com/esports to perfect your own journey and enjoy the M2 competition.
An established distributor of many well-loved consumer brands in Asia, we would like to say thank you to SUTL Group. And of course, they are a proud 2021 MLBB partner in esports for Fiji Water, Ike Chong's ITS Cups, and Mountain Dew. To find out more, visit www.sutl.com.
And last but not least, it's been nothing but amazing. It's just a great beginning game, you know? It gets your blood pumping. And when you want to get your blood pumping, we want to reward you guys. So keep your eyes and ears out, because our official gaming partners, peripherals here, is going to be Razer, and they have plenty of stuff to give away. The Razer Black Shark V2 is up for grabs, so keep your eyes and ears for that. And all you got to do is leave a comment in the chat with the hashtag oh boy, that's probably Razer Kishi.
Yep.
Man, I was thinking how to pronounce that without me sounding real dumb there. But yes, hashtag Razer Kishi. Put that down in the chat and you have a great opportunity to win yourself some sweet peripherals.
Yep, and ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I think it's time for our analyst to break things down.
Let's throw it over to our lone wolf. Wolf, analyst, take it away.
I think this is one of those games where you put it in a textbook and it describes perfectly well how to execute a Yi Sin draft. Let alone, I would say this could be called something like a mid-range composition. It's not too aggressive, it's not too late game based, it's not too passive, it's quite in the middle. And I think that there are elements of poke strats in there that Alter Ego were able to make. And also, I think that they have mastered how to counter or how to answer 10 seconds gaming, because honestly I would tell you this was a draft that 10 seconds gaming Frost have been using even in their pub matches. My name is Wolf, your analyst. Let's look at the items first, and maybe a little bit into the hero composition of Alter Ego Esports and how they were able to match up against 10 seconds gaming Frost. Do take note that this is a lineup that 10 seconds gaming Frost have done even in their pub matches. Even if you search from their VODs, you will see them put in the Bruno as well as the Kaja. Now, Alter Ego Esports, what they did was to be aggressive. This is actually a very standard way for them to deal with this. I also love the fact that Odile went in for the magic pen boots instead of something more passive. He wanted to go for damage because he knows that there's not much of tank ability coming out from 10 seconds gaming Frost through the Tiger as well as the Kaja because of their mixture of magic and physical damage. In fact, this massive penetration type of composition from Alter Ego Esports made a lot of sense. Do take note that Sylvana reduces the defenses of whoever she hits, and if you combo it up with a massive damage output hero like the Yi Sin as well as the Lu Yi, it's just way too perfect. Now, Alter Ego Esports, I said that it was a mid-range kind of composition, or at least kind of in the middle of being aggressive and passive, because what they did was to not only poke their enemy heroes but also poke into big objectives like your turrets, like your turtles. I think that the Lord and Turtle area control of Alter Ego Esports was just phenomenal. Oh my goodness. I wonder who the MVP is, because I think that this was probably a team effort from Alter Ego Esports, as cliche as it can get, but Odile with that last play, and I think that you'll remember that for the rest of your life. One of the best Lu Yi players in the world, and absolutely one of the best Lu Yi performances in the entirety of this tournament so far. Now, looking at his item choices, do take note that he went in for Durance after the Talisman because he knows that he should be the one to supply that anti-regeneration from his opponents. But not only that, this is a standard play for all of Louis players. Sometimes Louis players tend to go for defensive plays, like going for the Winter Truncheon. But Odile says, okay, I can be aggressive this time because of how much they were able to lead. Do take note, this mid-range composition that I'm trying to say once again, it's more tailored on them just trying to get more objectives compared to what 10 Seconds Gaming Frost were able to get. For example, when they try to go for those aggressive plays from Leo Murphy as well as Odile, they make it sure that Yi Shin gets into one part of the map, getting so much jungle creeps or taking the turtle by himself. There was also a time when they were setting up for the Lord take, they were able to just split the map first and then be aggressive on one specific part, and then the Yi Shin still takes onto objectives. As a matter of fact, the Yi Shin, I think, only had one kill in the mid game and with 4 assists, and that was only off of the Mountain Shocker, which, let's just say, just automatically gives you assists, right? So what I'm trying to point out is that this Yi Shin was utilized in a way that it wasn't built for hero kills, even when it has significant amount of damage against heroes. This was a Yi Shin masterclass because I know for sure that in this meta game, Yi Shin should be played to take objectives. Aggressively put yourself in a position wherein the supports and the mid laners will be aggressive in the map, as well as the side laners just securing their lanes, and your jungling Yi Shin just taken over the jungle and those big objectives. My oh my, so much to say for sure about this this game between Alter Ego and as well as 10 Seconds Gaming Frost, because I'm sure that there's still many things that we needed to talk about. Like for example, the Alice pick against the Chango, which was, I think, was so smart because it allowed them to have that clear lane sustain kind of hero from the Alice, just to clear out the waves and make sure that that lane is pretty much online at most points of the game for Alter Ego Esports. And they also have the Lapu Lapu, which evidently won against that Cho. This wasn't the first time that 10 Seconds Gaming Frost also deployed that Cho in the side lanes, which is something that most professional teams kind of veer away from. They usually just play the Cho as a tank because it kind of pales in comparison when you just line it up with someone like Lapu Lapu, for example, or Thams or Benedetta, for example, because these heroes, they achieve more. I'm sure that Koro on this show tried to go for some of those cheeky plays, like going for flicker forward instead of backwards to outplay his opponents, but Alter Ego Esports saw through it just perfectly well. I think it was he went 0-4 at a certain point in time as the side laner for the team of 10 Seconds Gaming Frost, and I think that is quite unbearable for the Japanese squad. Now, I think that if you are looking at 10 Seconds Gaming Frost, they need to kind of do a little bit of a mix-up, because if you just look up on their previous games, this is probably the same lineup that they are doing. Like the Kaja supported Obion and the Bruno jungler. This is a hero that is better off in the side lanes, but was also played in the jungling role, especially from Indonesia. But hopefully there's something else that 10 Seconds Gaming Frost can actually do differently. Maybe that is their ticket to at least evening up this series. For an Alter Ego 10 Seconds Gaming Frost, back to the casters right now.
Thanks, Wolf, and welcome back, everybody. And, you know, speaking of back, man, the form of my back has been just getting better and better every single time, and we have to thank our sponsor here. A special thanks, actually, to the award-winning gaming seats engineered for hours of comfort and sitting form. It has to be the one and only Secret Lab. Absolutely love these guys, and you can actually purchase one of these chairs for yourselves, available in the Secret Lab official store in major e-commerces in Singapore, or visit secretlab.co.
Just as well, we would like to thank Singtel, our partner in esports, to unlock a lag-free and ultra-fast gaming experience with Singapore's fastest 5G network. Keep calm and get the edge you need to get on the road to a mythic in MLBB with Singtel, Singapore's fastest 5G network.
You know, speaking of the highest level of gameplay, 10 Seconds Gaming Frost, they had a very cold and calculated line of play, but Alter Ego was managing to outmaneuver them. What should we be expecting in Game 2 itself?
I think it was best described by one line of conversation we had before the game started, right? You did mention as nice as 10-second Gaming Frost lineup is, like the damage coverage, the amount of range they had, it was very linear, Gideon. It was very linear. And how perfect is it that you have the foil on the other end? There's one lineup that's super linear, the other is just extremely able to adapt. It's extreme. Like I think Wolf mentioned it earlier, how the Chang'e Alice lineup or the Chang'e Alice matchup was a non-starter. Like that's just something that Chang'e doesn't want to deal with because she would be wasting her ults. And I think that was a Peko on the Chang'e. I think Yam was just having a great day. And by the way, good on Yam. Like a lot of people were wondering, yo, is Yam gonna be all right? Will Alter Ego be happy with Yam? Will they go far? And so far, I'm not feeling like I miss Ahmad just yet. Yam is doing great here at M2, and with a hero like Alice, I'm looking forward to what else this young gentleman has under his belt in his arsenal. So I'm just saying, man, if Tennis Gaming want to force a game number 3, what they gotta do here is they have to play a little more loose. They have to show us that it's not just all about protecting Sheena's farm. It's not all just about our side lanes doing good things. It's because this is essentially what happened yesterday to great teams like Todak. Is they drafted so linear, they were so forcing the 1-3-1. And in this case, it's an evolution of the 1-3-1 for sure, because you're going to have a dedicated jungler. And right now, thinking about how they could adjust, thinking of what changes they could do, is that one, change your draft. We did not expect that as early as the Cho came out for Koro, it was going to be just the old school Cho we've seen for like 2 years now.
Absolutely,
just the side lane Cho with the high and dry, as nice as it is to think about once more. But
I do absolutely agree with you with the linear line of play that 10-second Gaming Frost has been playing around, and I do feel like they are playing extremely textbook. However, this is the first game. They might just be warming up. It's pretty early in the morning for a lot of these gamers, and again, these guys have to be on top of their game. So once loosen up those fingers, get the gears turning, a little bit of adaptation. I think 10 seconds gaming probably might have a better game too.
yeah, I'm hoping too, right? Because again, these guys, they flew out all the way from the land of the rising sun. And right here in beautiful Singapore, in Shangri-La, this is where it all comes to a head.
Yeah, let's have a look here. It's going to be Alter Ego Esports versus 10-second Gaming Frost in this game 2, and the draft is going to begin with Alter Ego on the blue side and 10 seconds on the red.
Being on the play, Alter Ego Esports, I give the advantage to them. Well, to be honest, I'd hate to sound so blunt about it, but Alter Ego Esports does better either way, right? Like they're fine having the first pick, they're fine having a 2 solid pick, answering back on the response. But right here in this situation, the big responsibility is on 10 seconds Gaming Frost. I did mention earlier, if they were going to go for flexes, I'd suggest they go for Lunox. I suggest they go for a Harith, even maybe. I don't want to say Luo Yi, but as you can see, like I am subtly and subconsciously targeting Udil. I think you have to start thinking about Udil. Earlier, they were trying to stop Leo Murphy. They were banning against Leo Murphy, and right now I think that's a non-starter. Leo Murphy's just gonna do Leo Murphy things, but if there's anyone you want to kind of think about always, like have in the back of your mind, is Udil. He won the first game.
He absolutely won the first game. And now, looking at the current bans, it's going to be the Kaja, the Yishin Shin, the Jawhead coming out from Alter Ego, while 10 seconds are going to be taking away the Brody and Natalia as they deliberate on their third. I really wish they had a cast the cam as you were saying that, because I could literally see you as it was coming out, the gears turning in your head, an absolute sight. Oh boy, a little missed opportunity, but no worries, as the next pick, as the next ban coming out from 10 seconds is going to be the Esmeralda. Very standard. However, Benedetta wide out into the wide out in the open. Selena as well. Alter Ego have a lot of options here. Not to mention Matilda. Ah, well, there we go.
There's another. Okay, so Matilda here is going to have another notch added to her picks, but I wonder if it's another notch added to her win rate. She has an amazing kit, great damage, add some mobility just all around, like a, sprinkle of mobility to everyone, given the additional dash she provides for her team. And of course, circling eagle, gonna save the sound if y'all know what I'm talking about for later when it does happen. It just confirms almost a single knockout. It's pretty good. Like, comparing it to the likes of a Kaja or a Jawhead, this is a kit that you just cannot skimp out on. I think it's just a matter of time before she just skyrockets in contestation rate. Not that she needs it. No, not that she needs help with that right now, but I think it's a matter of time before we see her more often in the first half.
I totally agree. And I think, with her early game kit where she can harass people rather safely, generating that shield and generating from her passive, it gets really, really frustrating to deal with. 10 seconds make a great decision, getting the Vendetta as well as getting the Loyi for themselves. Ooh. At least they're taking it away from Udil, as we've seen absolutely crush it. Absolutely crushing it. Maybe not exactly the most priority of picks, but at the very least, if they decide to go for an early game composition on Alter Ego's side, it's something to reconsider. Loyi does a lot of damage.
Come to think of it, I think there's going to be a natural neutralization between these two mages in mid. Obuyan and Udil, there's so many things that these two guys have to do to confirm either the sweep or game number 3. And right now, again, even I am baffled by sometimes what Alter Ego does. Now, you see, Cho didn't do so well on Koro last game, right? But here's Alter Ego saying, all right, check this out. We're going to pick up the show. Y'all wonder now if it's going to be on Pai, if it's going to be on Yam, if it's going to be on Leo Murphy as a tank. But if there's anything I like, I got to say, for sure, no doubt, that Yu Zhong.
Yeah, I mean, that Yu Zhong, it's going to be pretty important here, and I think it's a really intelligent pick because Lapu Lapu was on the table. They could have easily said, oh yeah, we're going to fight 1v1, let's go and brawl all day long. 10 seconds gaming, locking in the Hayabusa for themselves, and I'm not entirely sure about the Hayabusa pick here.
This early?
Yeah.
This early, and with bands still on point, you can kind of stop the wombo combos. And I don't like the fact that it's a Hayabusa going just head on against a Matilda.
Of all things,
yes,
right?
The Matilda allows for shadow kill to be neutralized. That's an additional body that you're sharing slashes with.
And not to mention, it revolves around, if Matilda is there and anybody else is around, they could all jump right onto her.
Exactly.
And it just becomes super, really, really ineffective in a lot of situations. But, let's benefit of the doubt, maybe they're looking to split push. They have the Benedetta as well. So that could be something that they could be playing around with their options, just holding back punches, trying to fake them out later on. Ling, going to be the next ban for 10 Seconds Gaming, while Alter Ego going to be taking out the Lapu Lapu.
I don't know, man. I hate to beat a dead horse, but at what cost, really, are you going to be playing the mind games here? That is one hero. That is a big pick for Sheena, and you are, again, trying to force the game 3, trying to clutch it out. But, again, there's only so much we can do. It's already in there. We're looking for another ban here for 10 Seconds Gaming Frost. They take out the Ling. On the other end, it's Alter Ego getting rid of the Lapu Lapu. I think they're looking to choke Selly Boy.
Ooh.
Oh, no. They go ahead and get rid of Yam's earlier pick. That's going to be the Alice.
Yeah, I think that's a really smart option here because, again, Alice works absolutely great with the help of Matilda and as well as the help of Yu Song as well in that Black Dragon form. It corrals everybody in a nice little space that Alice just absolutely loves destroying people in. And finally, it's going to be the Sylvana coming out of Alter Ego. So, 10 Seconds Gaming, they're running out of options to kind of pick people off. Imperial Justice off the table now, so they have to kind of look for some hard CC elsewhere.
Both teams, though, have quite an easy go at tanks. I mean, it's only Jawhead and Sylvana that have been eliminated from the potential equation. So they still have, Baksha, Akai, Atlas. Atlas was doing well yesterday.
I don't necessarily agree with Atlas in this particular composition, especially for 10 Seconds Gaming. For Alter Ego, it might be a little bit beneficial. Even that's still arguable. The problem is that, again, like in the previous game, 10 Seconds Gaming, we're very linear. Atlas, extremely linear. He can't just come zooming out. He has to wait for that flicker to be online to catch people off guard.
That's why I'm thinking maybe Alter Ego would consider it. But right now, it's just not in the cards. They already have the Cho, which is more likely going to be played as a tank. So it's just 10 Second Gaming for us. We're waiting for their tank. I'm pretty sure they won't skimp on that. Right now, Alter Ego Esports, they still need to give Selly Boy a hero. By the way, Yusen Shin already taken out. So who can he pick? He can go for Lancelot. Roger, although relatively falling off, still a solid pickup here. They might show us how to Bruno. I don't know.
Yeah,
that's a possibility. Harley. Ooh. I like myself a jungle Harley.
Yeah, you know the worst thing about like researching the number in terms of hero pool coming out for a lot of the MPL Indonesian teams, those guys really ridiculous sometimes. As you can see, their pool is very large.
How about both of them? How about we look for a core? Nah, I'll give you both of them. So that's going to be the Roger and the Claude. Most likely the Claude. Actually no. With Roger and Claude, yeah, it's Roger who you put in the jungle, and then you put Claude in the gold lane. Now it's 10 seconds. Hold up, ladies and gentlemen. Cowbells, put some cowbells up in here. Minotaur shows up.
Speaking of the Renaissance, the Renaissance is coming back.
I get one chef's kiss per series. This is it. That's the one.
Woo, so early on,
That's the one.
Oh, this is going to be great.
Where's the beef? It's here.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be pretty nuts because we haven't seen Minotaur, again, very similar to the Atlas, except in terms of execution, a lot easier to perform, has some major impact into the game, but more importantly so, how in the world are they going to pull this off? Alter Ego just can take a couple of Purifies and kind of walk on out of there, so Battle Spell is going to be very important.
Yep, and again, we will take note of what that is once we enter the Land of Dawn. Get in. I have to make a confession real quick. I'm still on Cloud 9, dude. Like, it's been a while since I've seen Minotaur. I'm pretty sure folks at home as well. So, on behalf of everyone watching, we would like to say arigato gozaimasu for bringing out the Minotaur, because this is going to be fun. Like, especially they pull this off, by the way, because nobody expects this. So, all right, every day we get a nice comeback. We get a nice pick. This is the first one.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting. I mean, oh boy, let's see how this goes as Alter Ego is going to be looking to harass them very early on into the game, while the rest of the members of 10 Second Gaming Frost is looking to play for that team fight, that split push. They've got plenty of options, but lane dominance and pressure is going to be the name of the game for 10 Seconds Gaming Frost.
Here we go. It looks to be, I don't know, man. It looks to be that 10 Seconds Gaming Frost just wants to put on a show. But just the same, I trust that they're going to do well with this. It's a solid 1-3-1 for both of them. And again, let's take a look at the battle spells after this little skirmish. Ooh, the fight for the Little Wanderer. Who took it? Leo Murphy.
Leo Murphy was able to pick it up at that point in time, but I don't think it really bothers them a little too much here. I think at the end of the day, as long as they keep harassing them and keeping them on their toes, China, you better have his retribution. Yes, he does. Leo Murphy forced to go backwards, and Udil going to continue harassing the mid lane as much as possible.
Now, noting the battle spells, this is odd. It's 10 Second Gaming Frost with 3 of their Purifies.
Oh boy.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
So they're going to essentially eat the Circling Eagle. They're going to eat the Way of the Dragon. And I don't know what else they're thinking here. This is interesting.
I would have expected it to be the other way around, but that's not all. Matilda getting some good damage onto Sheena as the rest of the team looks to rotate on out of there. The harass is there, and now they are forced to back away from the Soul of Lava. Papa in trouble here. He's going to go for the full dive, and Selly Boy having the time of his life win in that Lycan form, getting some free stuff. Oh, he even checks the brush just in case, and now it's going to be another free kill as he comes and pounces on to get that piece of meat.
Oh, the Wolf gets the cow, ladies and gentlemen. 2-0 currently with about 1,000 gold ahead. Alter Ego Esports. Man, if the 5-6 minute choke earlier was soon, check this out. They're taking small camps already 2 minutes in.
Yeah, I mean, they're already, they're pretty ahead. They're 1K ahead at 2 minutes into the game. Not that big of a deal because 10 Second Gaming can easily come back off of this next big neutral objective with the turtle.
First turtle already up. Again, this new patch, ladies and gentlemen, just makes things a little faster, so there's more action all over. Now, Black Dragon form!
Yep, going in. Koro just buying some time. He can't turn around. He has to execute. Oh, he didn't get it off in time. Leo Murphy there to save the day. Third hit of G. Good no. Oh, Koro! He goes in for the full combo, gets it, and Leo Murphy realizes, oh boy, sorry, bro. I'm out of here. Gotta make a move. K-Fax, bye.
Okay, maybe a little too bold of Yam to think that they could have done that, especially since a lot of members were missing from Tekken Sense Gaming Frost. But right now, Selly Boy stole the purple. Oh, not a good look for Sheena.
Oh, yeah, this is going to be really difficult for Sheena. He really needs that purple of all things because he needs that. It allows him to rotate fast. It helps him clear camps really quickly as well because, again, he's very dependent on that energy. He gets hit by the Way of the Dragon. And speaking of which, Udil comes to try and harass him through, but now the Quad Shadow comes on out. It allows him to escape right after the Oki Shadow kill. Sheena, some really great mechanics there to keep himself alive.
All right, so far that was just Sheena not ready for it yet. Needs more items, and of course maybe a more concentrated amount of members, maybe just one or two. But again, this is what we're talking about. Like the kind of hero that Matilda is, that Udil is playing, it just naturally counters what Shadowkill's trying to do.
Yep, and Koro having a little bit of a tough time after, after a couple of games here. But Yam seems to be controlling the lane, even though he is a level down. Leo Murphy. Oh wait, Yam coming in one more time. Can they win this out? But Yam, he's gonna get immediately by Sheena. He goes into his Black Dragon form, and Yam, he wanted more. But however, looking out on the bot side, Papa is on his way out in Pi as well as Udil, making sure they are putting a lot of damage to allow Sellyboy to just easily clean up in that backside. Talk about dives. These guys fear nothing.
Love the use of the killing spree here, able to heal you up after a kill. So yeah, Sellyboy can just go ahead and go unpunished. But it looks like the answer for 10 Seconds Gaming Frost here is to mirror. Essentially, y'all take bottom, fine, we'll take top. And with Sheena and Koro, no doubt they're going to be able to push much, much faster.
Yeah, however, they still net themselves. They're able to defend down bot side. However, Udil is coming in hot, getting some good damage. That harass is so frustrating. And even though we do see the Papa on that Harith, it's starting to become really frustrating.
I'm feeling for Papa, actually. A lot of what he's been doing recently in the past 5 minutes of this game were very reactive. Especially given that he is in the gold lane, it's just tough all over for this little white-haired boy. Seeing that he's sitting at 0-2-0, even with Mystery Shop, items are gonna come tough.
Yeah, Sellyboy is just getting so far ahead of the game. He's level 8, the highest level so far, and Sheena trying to catch up at level 7. But however, his buffs keep getting stolen away. And even though he does have that Soul of Lava for a good majority of the game, it's not as good as this rotation here. Seva coming in with a massive ult just to slow them down. But the dive from Sellyboy, he does not care. The backline Koro looking to make things happen on that Benedetta. The final blow has come through. Gam now has overextended a 3-for-2 trade, an instigation of war. But 10 Seconds Gaming looking for more. Koro, all right, Spread Eagle is going to be absolutely fine, but Koro should be able. Oh no, he misses right at the end. Doesn't get that extra kill.
I love the use of circling Eagle there at the full circumference, right at the opening of the jungle. I think Udil was planning for that, and he's like, okay, I can see that I have a Cyclone Eye here. I'm out. All right, good luck, Koro. And again, that's just the talent. That's just the skill, the mechanics that Alter Ego Esports has. And right now, I was going to say, man, that was the first trade that 10 Seconds Gaming Frost won, but in the end, they couldn't convert to anything, so it didn't amount to much. So I think at least if they keep building that up and if they can use the Minoan Fury here properly, the next time around, then maybe, just maybe, they got one. Oh, nice takeout onto Yam.
Yeah, these small skirmishes coming in from 10 Seconds Gaming Frost is looking a little bit more comfortable, especially between Sheena, if they mix it up with Koro. Oh no, Koro, speaking of which, he's going to get absolutely blasted here with the Blazing Duet coming in from Pi with the help of Leo Murphy and Svevna. He's going to be going down as well. Sellyboy making sure that he is getting some good work in with the help of Udil, making sure that he's bringing him down to at least 50% health, allowing Sellyboy to dive.
And look at this, right on cue. That's Sellyboy preparing for the second turtle of the game. And this guy knows he's got an internal clock. He's going to take the small camp and then go for the turtle. And I'm guessing rotate down bottom, but that's a lot of pressure crashing down on to Yam. But hold up, Leo Murphy picking a fight. Wave the dragon in.
It's just going to force him out. And Yam coming in with the Black Dragon form to say, hey, stay back. You're not getting this turtle. Not at all. Don't touch it. Don't come close.
Not even a sight. No.
Nope, not even good. Oh, wait, Leo Murphy taking quite a bit of dispersion damage. Sheena, he's getting close. Can he go in for the Oge Shadow kill? Yes, he does. And RNG was on his side, but he takes the Shadow back to pull him back into safety. Some good trades overall. Sheena getting big.
Oh, I think it was that moment that your boy Leo Murphy was looking for the Cyclone Eye, and he missed it. I think that's exactly what he needed. If he had a Cyclone Eye, he would have been fine. But I guess good for 10 Seconds Gaming Frost, he didn't, and they get the pick off on the tank. So I'm guessing, I don't know, are they conditioning Leo Murphy at this point? Are they saying, hey, don't dive in too much, because if you do, you're going to get a good taste of Sheena's katana. By the way, This young man sitting at 3-0-3. It's a great look for the Hayabusa right now.
Yeah, he's definitely catching up, but looking over at Sully Boy, he's still significantly ahead of the curve
in perspective,
here. Yeah.
definitely.
Which is, oh no, Svenja, he needs to go in. He has no option. If he jumps back, he's just taking free damage. He has the Minoan Fury. He can actually do it right now. But again, he sees Leo Murphy and he's like, not the best option.
I'm still waiting for Papa to show up. Like, Papa, this is what? A throwback from 2019, man. The Minotaur and the Harriet. This is what everything was all about. And now there's new heroes part of this formula, but hold up.
All right, Zaman Plus has already popped up. Papa is now in a lot of trouble. However, the backline Pi is finally coming up with the Blazing Duet. Everything seems to be A-okay as Koro trying to make things work for the final blow. But Svenja, he finally is able to put that Berserk key. Can he get that ult down? Yes, he does. And this is the opportunity that 10 Seconds Gaming have been waiting for. But Yam is still holding on to his guts. Passive being procced twice in a fight. But that's not going to be enough with the amount of damage coming out of Obuyan.
Ooh, the 10 Seconds Gaming Frost comeback. They've done this, what, twice now? The 3 for 2? And so far, it's just a matter of turning it into something else. Sure, kills are good, gold is great, but you have to find a way to make this count on the map. And yes, they pushed mid, and now they have a great wave coming in from bottom. Top was surprisingly okay, like they were trading turrets. So now, First Lord definitely looks like they can contest.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they got a free turret off of that. They got a +1 on that kill. Now, they even stole away one jungle camp. Not that big of a deal, but if you look at the goal right now, it's looking a lot better compared to like 3 minutes ago.
They definitely did great to recover, but as we say that, man, Pi picks up the Corrosion Scythe, and now we know at least that if he wants to duel, he can.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty scary because inevitably Pi is going for that utility build. He doesn't have to go for that hard carry build. With the Corrosion Scythe, sure, the on-hit effect is going to slow everybody just so that Sully Boy can finish them off.
And even Udil, I think Udil hurts at this point. In pure rage, all of those wisps, imagine the damage.
Ah, that's really got to hurt. So, what is the macro play coming here from Alter Ego's side? Where are they going to prioritize their resources on the map?
It looks like they want to put pressure on bottom so that they're later on clear for Lord. And yeah, the heat signature from this team right now is just way down bottom. I don't know if this is the right thing, but it looks like they want to bear heavy on Papa.
Yep, and they're going to dive him straight away. Way of the Dragon as well as the Blazing Duet. Double Shinpo is not going to be enough to... sorry, not Double Shinpo, but the shields aren't going to be enough to actually pull them through on this side. However, Alter Ego still looking for options to make it happen. Harem is already down, but now it's going to be Srinya, the next to fall. Koro going in pretty hard here. Can he finish off this kill with Yam on his back? But Leomorphe is left by himself in the process of the fight. Sheena manages to come up on top 3 for 2 in favor of 10 Second Game Frost.
Again, that's another go at this unfortunate trade. And I think Alter Ego Esports, they now regret putting so many bodies down bottom, and they turned what should have been just a finesse move, you know, instead of a suave dodge into just a head-on collision. And at this point, 10 Seconds Gaming Frost, they've been winning more of those fights.
Yes, they have. And now Koro, once again, playing with fire here. Final blow already being used, getting his double slashes to kind of close the distance to get away, losing 50% of his HP. But I think this is just the beauty of Benedetta. It's like, oh, as long as you don't kill me, you don't get the gold, but I will absolutely destroy your wave control.
Right now, wave control is on either side. It's relatively at equilibrium. It's like these teams are actually freezing the waves on purpose. But if it were up to us right here, I think the Lord should be the next move. But right now, there's a big team fight. Black Dragon form.
Yeah, it's looking really, really good for Alter Ego. They've already chunked out. They've already chunked out Koro here for the large majority of that fight. Koro goes down, and now the Blazing Duet. Oh my goodness, where did they all go? 10 Seconds Gaming didn't even stand a chance there as Papa tries to pop his ult. He dies before the first wave even comes out.
Oh, it's not looking good. As awesome as Sheena is having it, 6-0-5, ladies and gentlemen, this Hayabusa is having a fine time. Papa, not so much. I'd hate to say it, but it looks like the end is nigh. Man, 10 seconds away, this might just be it.
Yeah, and they're just going straight for the end. The Oki Shadow Kill going to be ineffective with minions around. And congratulations, that's going to be a 2-0 for Alter Ego.
Wow, our MPL Invitation champions, again, hungry from their heart-breaking defeat at the recently concluded Season 6 finals against RQ Hoshi from their home country of Indonesia. Come in strong here into M2, starting the day undoubtedly with dominance. I don't know, man. This puts 10 Seconds Gaming Frost in such a position wherein they have to reconsider. They have to reset hard, and they have to see, what do we do wrong? How can we fix that? And was it too soon to take out the Minotaur?
I think, all in all, this is some high-level play coming out for Alter Ego, because even though they are losing the trade, they are literally losing the trades. If you can't translate it, you get literally nothing. So it's just the selection of timings for the fight for Alter Ego as well. It's just so good.
Yep, and right now, I just gotta say, man, Yam is just fitting in so well, all right? I don't feel the lack of the original lineup just yet, and just the same I can say for everyone else in the lineup. Sully Boy, Pai, Udil, Leo Murphy. He was a little messy, to be honest. He was a little messy with the show early on, but I guess it was all part of the plan.
Yeah, it definitely was all part of the plan, I suppose, but oh man, so heartbreaking to see, especially for 10-second gaming fans out there. But don't worry, this is the group stage. They're not under scrutiny for elimination just yet.
This is just the first game in this group. Once more, this is Group C, which a lot of people are calling the group of death.
It is so dangerous. Now, with that being said, you can catch the live stream of the mega event Mobile Legends Bang Bang M2 World Championships 2020 held in Singapore's Shangri-La Hotel for free on MeWatch from the 18th to the 24th of January. A total of 12 teams from 9 countries, including RSG and EVOS SG from Singapore, competing for 300,000 USD. With that being said, I mean, guys, Singaporeans, support Team SG in the group stage.
It's going to be a longer day because we've got 5 more series coming at you. But right now, we're going to be throwing it over to our analyst, by the way, from the caster's desk. We're going to be signing off for now. My name is Leo. This right here is Gideon Q. Wolf, tell us what exactly went down between Alter Ego and 10 Seconds Gaming Frost.
I think it was a big snowball, and there were so many faults, I would say, in this Renaissance kind of lineup coming out from 10 Seconds Gaming Frost that Alter Ego Esports really exposed to us. My name is Wolf. Let's talk about that particular match. Now, maybe the first thing that we have to talk about here is the draft. In a way, this is, I would say, a win condition kind of draft. I mean, obviously, a win condition as a term is a totally different thing. But what 10 Seconds Gaming Frost did was a win condition type of lineup wherein you absolutely need that win condition, which was to land your ultimate. The Minoan Fury is such a volatile kind of skill right now, I would say, because it is dependent from you actually doing it. And not only that, you need to stack up on rage, right? That's the thing with Minotaur. And what Alter Ego Esports did was to expose that kind of weakness. That weakness being, if your rage is wasted, you will not get a valid team fight. And if you don't land your ultimate on this Minoan Fury, you are probably an anchor to your team. You do not supply anything else. It's not like even a Tiger with a lot of knockups. It's not like a hero that can invade into the jungle. There's so many problems that 10 Seconds Gaming Frost have with this Minotaur pick that Alter Ego Esports literally just screwed through. Now, I want to say, with the items picked up by Alter Ego Esports, they were so standard at this point. There's really not much that you have to talk about. Maybe this Dreadnought armor picked up by Leo Murphy, which was so much value against all the physical damage out of 10 Seconds Gaming Frost. Obviously, you have the Benedetta and the Hayabusa. They were dealing so much damage. And when the Queen's Wings came out from Celiboy, when the breastplates coming out from both Yam and Pai came out, it's just really just easy for them to deal against the 10 Seconds Gaming Frost. Now, going back to what we were talking about, how conditional the lineup of 10 Seconds Gaming Frost was, it was really exposed by Alter Ego Esports even at the early stages of the game, particularly in the first minute or first 1 to 2 minutes, wherein Sheena on this Hayabusa tried to clear the mid lane and then go towards his own buffs, particularly that orange buff up top lane, where Alter Ego Esports just put in 3 of their heroes in there so that they can contest Sheena, and there's nothing that they could have done to actually salvage that fight because they are donning once again this Minotaur. Perhaps if you look back a few years back, a few months, actually, it was years back. A few years back, the Minotaur is a hero that can save your jungle or can at least secure your jungle for you. But unfortunately, in this meta game that we have, it's no longer that effective. Now, the MVP of the match is Yam with a 3-6-4 performance on the Yuzong, just standing in for Ahmad's big shoes to fill for sure, but he's actually playing in the XP lane more so than Pai, for example. And this actually allowed Yam to just show off in this particular tournament. I really love how in the second game he utilized his ultimate, that Yuzong Dragon form, to be able to just be disruptive in teamfights. I think there was a very crucial clash up top lane where he was able to just stop Benedetta from moving out, was able to just control this Hayabusa as well as this Harith. Because if you think about it, the knockups or the knockbacks from the Yuzong ultimate is just way too potent that it actually just wins you the fights. It might even be there to kind of control the Minoan Fury, right? It just so much disruptive force coming out from this Yuzong that it was unanswered by 10 Seconds Gaming Frost. Now, also have to take note, this Matilda is a hero that you really will have to look at when you are red side, which is the second pick. Do you actually give out the Matilda to your opponents? The trade-off for 10 Seconds Gaming was actually the Benedetta. And looking at the highlights, for sure, Alter Ego Esports also took over the map in the early stages of the game. Like what they're doing right now, they're trying to just be aggressive against 10 Second Game Frost. And even when 10 Seconds Game Frost are kind of winning those skirmishes, if you're looking at the economy, it's always on the side of Alter Ego Esports. Look at the top part of your screen where the map is. And this was a very good fight coming out from 10 Seconds Game Frost. Look at Yam, however, with this very disruptive usage of the ultimate. For sure, these clashes we're gonna be favoring of 10 Seconds Gaming Frost, but I would want you to look at that wonderful ultimate coming out from Sivnea. But unfortunately, that was the last thing that we'll see about that. A pick off into the bottom lane coming out from Alter Ego Esports, just making it sure that they are aggressive against 10 Second Game Frost, but the Japanese squad were able to just return it back. And I love the usage of the Hayabusa, but this clash happened, and we might be pausing here because this is such a wonderful recovery coming out from Alter Ego Esports. Do take note very quickly that the Yuzong came from this side and was able to just time his ultimate properly so that in the middle where everybody was clumped up, and you know what's gonna happen if you're all clumped up together against a Yuzong, against all the ultimates. The Blazing Duet was far from perfect. Actually, this particular area that you're seeing your screen right now, encircled, is just way too good for Alter Ego Esports. The ultimates have been spent already on the side of 10 Seconds Gaming Frost. If you're looking at their of the green dots in their icons, and what happens now is that because they didn't have their ultimates, the timing was then so perfect for the Claude as well as the Yuzong to come in and punish 10 Seconds Gaming Frost. Obviously, that was a wonderful clash, and they snowballed from their Alter Ego Esports. They just disrupted the win conditions from 10 Seconds Gaming Frost, and then eventually just took over the game. A masterful display coming out from one of the best teams in the world. Well, technically speaking, the best team in the world right now off of a recent championship, at least in Southeast Asia. I mean, not in the world yet, but in Southeast Asia. But we'll see if they do bring more action, right? Because they are going to be facing up against Ren Esports for sure. And that was a rematch of the recently concluded Southeast Asian tournament that we have. Now, let's talk a little bit about 10 Seconds Gaming Frost, how they can recover. They still have one more match, and that is also against Ren Esports. It's a team that's also very strong. If they do show us a little bit of a mix-up, something that is not too crazy that you will go back to the Minotaur, maybe something so flexible like the Harith, for example, like the idea. But maybe if they show us something else that's outside of the meta or very, I would say, signature for their style, maybe they can net the victory. But that has been it for my analysis of that 2 game series between 10 Seconds Gaming Frost and Alter Ego Esports. More of M2 when we come back after this break.
Chivalry is dead. I will revive it. I've got a bullet with your name on it. Serve.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Go win, go win. My chicken win.
A knockout!
Victory!
Huh?
We'll be competing in a 1v1 best of 1 elimination ladder match, except for the semifinals and finals where it will be a best of 3. Before we start the fight, we have to talk about the rules for a bit. Both players will only be allowed to play in the mid lanes and cannot touch any other minions from other lanes. Both players cannot kill any neutral creeps except for the little wanderer in the river. The winner is determined by whoever gets the first 3 kills or destroys 2 mid lane towers first. With all the formalities out of the way, let's get into the game.
Boom! They trade 1 for 1.
Oh my goodness, a double command from Fenrir, but that's not gonna be enough. Ace will advance forward. Now one more kill would have done it for one shot right here, and he's looking for the jab, and he's landing those left hook. Yep, one shot will move on to our next round. Coco's already breaking in towards the tier 2, and this might just actually end the game with only a kill, and it will be Coco advancing forward to the next 1v1 with Paquito. He's only got seconds left until his ult comes back up, and he's going for the dive, and he gets another one, and that will secure the win for EJ right here, 3-0. Well, Chiku is still hoping to bait him in towards the target range and perhaps even the score lines to 2-2, but he should have actually recalled way early on.
Double KO strike plus the execute using the jab just to close the distance. The rotations are coming out faster for the side of 4 minutes. Double parries, and he finally gets the heavy left hand with the jab. Oh my goodness, that was too close
All right, those were intense rounds, but right now we will be moving to the top 8.
And now we do have Ace from Burmese Goals taking on Eunice de los Volt. And my goodness, they're already going at it by the corners of the river, and it will be a first blood for Ace.
One shot going in for the full combo, but Ace still able to edge it out. The execute, such a powerful spell. This has just been an absolute game changer here in this Paquito 1v1 challenge.
Ace now wins the entirety of this 1v1, and he proves to be the better Paquito. It's Brand versus Brand. We've got EJ versus Coco. Now let the dances begin. Wow, great KO strike going over on towards EJ, and EJ gets first blooded, and Coco with a great start. And they go jab for jab. Oh, the parry comes true, and EJ, he takes this one.
And EJ, gonna cap 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 but he's still a level up and he has the item advantage.
Indeed, and now it's gonna be a little bit of the moves coming in, jabs landing off with his ultimate, finishing off the member of DMX, and it seems like Eva's SG will advance forward.
The hero is actually really fun. I was quite surprised how fun it was. The combos and the element of surprise. So I think like even the game that I lost to Curtizy, he came the brush and he just comboed me. I didn't expect it, and I think in general the hero has a lot of potential, and even for like casual viewers, I think it will just be very satisfying in general.
Chúng ta lấy hero nên là bốn với hiện bạn đây thì các skill với hiện nhảy chứ kia hiện nhảy hay ta nhưng cái tập skill bọn hero đến khang và thay change mà phải mấy lần cả còn một hai bạn này thấy auto bạn thì hero mình vậy này rồi sẽ đặt nhóm hero nó cho trình skill với lọ thòng tha bây giờ combo chơi thấy skill với lướn hay đừng combo tới stun.
I think it's hard, yeah. I feel Paquito is a very fast-paced hero. He requires a lot of mechanics. He won't be a very simple hero for most players. Paquito has this passive where when you hit 4 parts, you're changed to a different stance. And every time you change to a different stance, your whole skill will reset. And you have to take note of the cooldowns also. So it's not very easy to just tap and play it.
To find out who will be the champion, don't forget to check out our next episode of the Paquito Challenge.
Wow.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Welcome to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang World Championship M2, all powered by Muton and supported by Singapore Tourism Board and Skoga. We would like to thank our partners in esports IMDA for making this possible, and that includes you guys that are watching the stream right now. Don't forget to share the stream to let more people know about the action that's coming up in the group stages of M2 that's happening right now.
And you know what? Going from zero to hero is made possible in Singapore. So make sure you are following Singapore Tourism Board's official Instagram account. Visit _Singapore and do not forget to use the hashtag PassionMadePossible to share your fondest memories of Singapore.
That's right. And if you guys were wondering, what is Skoga? Skoga is a NTUC associate championing esports talents and careers in Singapore since 2008. Wow, that's been a long time. And of course, they've been nurturing great talents on board. And speaking of Singaporean talent here, this match is definitely going to be a big one for the local team of EVOS SG as they'll be facing DreamHack Esports.
Definitely. EVOS SG, this is their last dance. So they have to make it count. Now, there are a lot of things happening here for the side of EVOS SG. But for DreamHack, I do think that they are, kind of bit chill, just want to absorb the pressure or absorb the nature of this tournament and just have fun.
That's right. And of course, since this is going to be our very first time on board sitting and casting together on the desk, of course, if you guys haven't noticed, my name's Contra and this is Butters right here. And well, we've seen quite a lot of great actions coming into Group A as well as Group B. This will be our official first match for Group C as well as Group D. And I'm looking at this sort of the group where these two teams, they are stuck here with our RQ Hoshi. So, do you expect that there's going to be any sort of upset coming in to be able to topple that powerhouse to be securing that playoffs round?
I mean, it all comes down to preparation. These teams have the capability to do so just because these are the best teams in the world. They wouldn't be here if they weren't the best. So that means I can see RQ Hoshi having a bit of a problem, but if RQ Hoshi has good preparation as well, that might be something that EVOS SG and Remax might want to look into.
Yeah, of course, we'll be having the standings on your screens coming up to show you the scores as of the moment. If you guys did miss out on any, not to worry, as we got you covered right here. So on Group C, we've just witnessed a performance coming from Alter Ego Esports that have been able to secure a 2-0 win against 10 Seconds Gaming Frost. We were actually watching some of the matches there, and boy, 10 Seconds Gaming Frost, they really bring in the pain, and they almost had a really good fight, but Alter Ego Esports managed to put the full stop at the very end and still managed to reign supreme.
There are reasons why you do not go for the Minotaur, and 10S Gaming Frost showed us how they do it, and they almost took that win. But they could not really turn those wins into objectives, which means it doesn't really count as much. But for Alter Ego Esports, even without Ahmad in their lineup, they are still looking strong, and that is scary.
Indeed, and they are really showing strength from every single aspect that they haven't really shown signs of like, okay, I'm gonna give you an objective for free, and I'll take the other. Like they absolutely took everything whenever the chance presents itself. But on the second game, where we just saw 10S Gaming Frost pop up with things like Hayabusa, of course it was kind of like a surprise pick, like they didn't know what to expect. But hey, Benedetta right now is in the interesting state because it's either being banned away or highly picked and contested by many of these teams, having some great win rates today.
And looking at the stats yesterday for day number 1, I think Benedetta had the highest contested rate in the whole day. So that means with highly contested pick with a high win rate as well. I think she was at 71%. That is going to be something that the other teams need to look at. I mean, if you use the Benedetta, then that might be your formula to win.
Yeah, I guess the mobility is a little bit too high for some of all these players to, just get a grasp. It's like, is he going to be running down at me or not? So, with that being said, of course, we go in towards that sort of the tier crafting later on, right after this entirety of the draft, because we want to see who will these two teams be fielding today. Starting off, we do have the hometown favorites, EVOS SG, with Pokemon off lane, Soul as a fighter, Aeon as the multi-role, JP as a mage or support, and Potato coming in as an assassin or marksman.
Aeon, a previous RSG member. Right now, he is the shot caller for the side of EVOS SG. And man, look at this talented lineup, and they're really aiming to bring the pain here in the M2 World Championship.
That's right, and Pokemon being, the later addition to this lineup, and he, after, 2 seasons, he finally solidified himself to prove that, hey, he is one of the most solid off-laners coming in from the MYSG region, now facing off against the champions of Brazil, Remax Esports. So we got Nix, Cabral, Luis, Holmes, as well as Make.
I'm really excited what Remax will bring to the table for the M2 World Championships. Seeing that a lot of the teams that we thought that were behind the meta use that 15-day, quarantine. Just get an idea what's being done here, what's effective, and I want to know what twist and flavor are they bringing to the table for those kinds of strategies.
You definitely know that they do have the flair with the Samba moves coming right in. So, well, we've seen that the boys coming from the DreamHack side has been relatively friendly. Of course, we do keep our social distance, of course.
Yeah.
We saw the 1v1 Paquito challenges as well. Yeah, they did struggle a little bit, but hey, they were having a whole lot of joy. Speaking of which, you know, we got a whole lot of great stuff that's coming your way throughout the entirety of the M2 itself. Now, getting prepared for this match, what are your expectations being set here between, you know, this matchup within EVOS SG as well as DreamHack?
I mean, EVOS SG are the clear favorites here just because we have more data on them, but you can never ever count out DreamHack because DreamHack really has a surprise factor. I mean, we've watched a bit of their scrims and we watched the, you know, Brazilian national championships, and I gotta say that in Brazil, their scene is getting very competitive. Like against Team Solid, they won against them, but it was a nail biter.
Yeah.
So that means these are the teams who, well, the Brazilian teams could get really competitive if they wanted to. But the question right now is, if you're facing the world in the world stage, how will you fare up?
That's right. And remember this, the previous sort of the World Championship that was hosted back in Malaysia, EVOS SG did not make it out of groups. Could this be a curse, or, you know, this is the time for them to finally make their sprint in towards the playoffs and finally prove themselves as not only the best in Singapore at one point, but towards the world?
Surely they have to, but there is a big obstacle that is within their, you know, certain group, which is RRQ Hoshi for a lot, but they have to take things in perspective. They have to move one game at a time. So right now, don't think about anything else. Just move one game at a time. Face DreamHack now, then plan against RRQ later.
That's right, and all they have to do is take one step at a time. And now I'm looking at the side of EVOS SG. I'm relatively sure that they have been able to still stick to their sort of game plan where they have a really solid early game. And as long as they make sure that they don't really have any sort of hiccups in the early game, things might actually go their way in towards a sort of draft that's focused on towards the mid towards the late game, and well, they could possibly play around the edges to just push their way through with those objectives.
Yeah, I mean, EVOS SG, when we talk about them, it seems like it's always the opportunist. They can punish anyone.
That's right.
But the thing is, will the opportunity present itself? Sometimes you have to make the opportunity on your own.
True.
It happens.
Yeah, like, if it comes, you better take it, or else you won't really get that sort of second chance at all. And speaking of which, some of the key players that we really have to look out for, in my opinion, Soul. Like, other than Soul, JPL has already been there. These two players has been there since the start of EVOS SG, and now, with the final Hura, it definitely means a whole lot that they are currently playing in their home cell. Back then, a couple of metas ago, we see him really shining on the Xbox, and now it's pretty much of a fighter meta as well. So, what were your thoughts on that?
I mean,
actually,
Soul isn't, you know, this isn't a foreign feeling for him. Like, he's been through the significant tournaments of MLBB. He's been there ever since the start of EVOS SG. So this guy is going to be the X factor. I think it depends on him on how he reads the map. I mean, this guy has high mechanics, has a wide hero pool. He has a lot of stuff to show us. But I think for Soul right now, he doesn't feel any pressure. It's just because he experienced this already.
Yeah, and not only that, combo with Potato, who really plays some great roles as well, and Aeon being the backbone of it all. I definitely think that this is a very all-round team in general. For the side of DreamHack, they just have that sort of flair, you know, like they try to go aggressive, but sometimes when you go a little bit too aggressive, you definitely seen some games where, you know, you open up some sort of the area where teams can actually punish you for overextending, or even dives that were not really planned to perfection in that sort of sense. So with that, of course, they have to be crystal clear on their main objectives right here. Are they going to be playing for picks? Are they going to be setting up for those mid-game team fights in general, or just pick one by one in the early phases?
I think in a way we really have to look at the draft first if they want a resource battle, if they want to just get the objectives into the early game, or they want to scale into the late game. Now we talked about Potato, and Potato is one of those players that if you give him time to just pop off and get his items, I really feel that he is certainly a fundamentally good marksman. Like he's one of those players that give him time, he's gonna carry.
Yeah, and same goes to Potato as well as Pokemon, right? So Pokemon, the couple of seasons we did see him really being pretty much of a decent marksman out there, but from decent he has become pretty phenomenal in his job, and they've managed to secure a second place finish in the recent season of the NYSG bout. But heading in towards the other stages, I felt that MPLI was a little bit of a lackluster run for them as well. They crashed out pretty early, and it's also due to the groups of them being drawn right in. I wouldn't really say too much because honestly MPLI was stacked, but in M2 World Championship it's even more so stacked.
It's a grander stage.
Yeah, and one more question is like, how well does Evil's SG actually know about DreamHack? Like DreamHack, we know them as the team that has been able to pull off quite a significant clutch back in their home country to be able to hoist the championship, and I'm pretty sure that fresh out of that win being crowned as champion, they definitely have a sort of a level of confidence to say, hey, this is what we are back at home, and this is where we just add in the spice.
And if you think about it, I mean, Zace, the coach of Evo's SG, might have his own, devices to get these kinds of information for his team. But for DreamHack, I think they can, play around their strategies a bit. I mean, they're not really tied up to the meta. I mean, the meta is the most efficient one. That's obvious. But if you want to surprise people, or if you want to put your own flavor into it, who knows? Maybe they have a meta that's more meta than the current meta, and that's a lot of metas.
Yeah, that's definitely a whole lot of things for options out there for them to reach out to. Like, well, if you can actually pick one hero, Butters, that somebody wouldn't expect to come into the land of Dawn, what would that be? Like, I'm not really that surprised anymore.
I could have gone for Minotaur, but Minotaur got picked already. But
okay, that's fair.
You know what? For a stationary mage, I wouldn't mind if a Gord would come out once or twice into the tournament.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of stationary mages. Those mages don't have the exact mobility to, go in and out of the fight. So yeah, I think Gord does fill the bill.
True enough. And when we look into some of all these sort of picks, back in the previous World Championship, there were times we actually see things like the Hellcurt. It wasn't seen anymore in the entirety of this tournament. Of course, falling off of the meta, but you know what will be really tough to play in this M2 World Championship with all these sort of quick fighters as well as mobility out there? Aldous.
Yeah, I think
he's just really bad at early game. He's really tough to play if he's going to be set here.
I mean, the current standing right now of this patch is you go for those XP laners or gold laners that can get their ultimate, and they can just, fight in the early game. But for the Aldous, you don't really use Chase Fate to chase down people or to fight. You use that to get back into lane and just go for the stacks. He has a lot of requirements to actually just pop off.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think we should head on to the M2 coins.
That's right. And what is great, you guys can complete those tasks out there and predict the champions of the M2 championship itself. And with that, you guys can gain exclusive rewards, and that includes M2 special avatar border, M2 exclusive skin, as well as battle emotes, and on top of that, a sacred statue. Like, you can just flex like, hey, I can be a part of M2 without actually
being in
here.
M2.
Yeah. But hey, everyone's of course staying safe at home, I hope. And we also have the M2 exclusive skin, which is in the form of Clint Shadow Omen skin that can be gained directly for only 899 diamonds. So make sure you guys get your hands on it because that event will only last until the 24th of January.
A lot of freebies for 899 diamonds. So if you're not buying it, what are you doing with your life?
Yeah, that's the biggest question. What are you doing with your life if you're not currently watching the M2 World Championship and celebrating it with that skin out there? Of course, who doesn't like Clint with that brand new skin buff, if I must say?
You go get it because Clint is reworked, so we might see Clint in the near future. Who knows? Maybe we might see him get played in the M2 World Championship. And I can see Lafel laughing there. I think he bought it as well.
Yeah.
So
I definitely... Yeah, he's nodding his head right now.
He's nodding his head. He bought it.
All right, and we can already see the players are already on board in their stations. Coach says already prepping them up as we got a couple of seconds to go before we start our match here in Group D.
This is going to be fun. Look at the eyes of these players while drinking water.
Wow.
Such intensity. Like you're just drinking water, but you have the eyes to kill.
Yeah.
Eyes set to kill.
Eagle eyes.
Eagle eyes.
Like Matilda?
Yeah, they're men on the mission. And the mission is to lift that trophy at the end of this tournament.
Yep. And of course, seems like we've already got our cue to get ourselves ready for our very first game. It's EVOS SG versus DreamHack Esports.
And right now, DreamHack, they start with a Natalia ban, EVOS SG taking their time. I think in a way, it's all about the research at this point. EVOS SG, they might just ban out a couple of meta heroes, to be honest. But if there's something that they, researched about on the side of DreamHack, a really good hero that they want to go for, we might see it here. We might see a respect ban come out.
That's right, and they're just taking their sweet time right here, adjusting their, peripherals as well. So they're going to be going in for the very first ban. Jahit is something that is pretty much a standard pick that most teams could easily play. Like, it doesn't meet really high requirements of mechanics for you to just go in with the ejector, put somebody back into the team, just feed them with those kills, right? So it definitely makes sense. And we've already seen the party bans on towards Esmeralda, and I'm honestly hoping to see a little bit more of an opening. A lot of players also hope to get their hands on that Yuzong on either the first pick or the second pick. I wonder if that's going to be any party for the side of Remax.
I think in a way they could go for that, but it all depends on what support are you planning to get. Like, to be honest, for the side of EVOS SG, they're not going to hold back on those Parsas. They're not going to hold back on those Changos. It's just that it's a matter of knowing who's going to use those heroes. Because I think, in a way, they have no set tank or mid laner. The roles interchange. So, yeah, that is the mind games that EVOS SG brings to the table for their enemies.
That's right. They are really flexible. Technically, most of them are multi-role players. Like we saw teams like RSG yesterday, they've been switching up the roles itself, where you saw LY4 was playing a marksman. The next game, hey, he's on the mage. So, of course, bringing back to the other Singapore team that's currently playing right here on stage, EVOS SG, they opt to ban out the Selena, and I believe that we've actually seen some sort of gameplay where DreamHack have been playing Selena to great effects, and you have to give respect to those abyssal arrows that can actually catch you off guard in very key moments of certain team fights, especially when you're contesting for lords or turtles. You don't want to be clipped out in a sticky situation. Now, final ban coming in for the side of DreamHack, and it's the Matilda.
Yeah, Matilda right now is a really strong hero. They're not gonna give it to EVOS SG, a team that could be very aggressive at times. So, I mean, if you give them the Matilda, she gives the team extra protection and she gives them extra burst potential. So might as well just take it out. But for Evo's SG, I think the Selena is a pretty good ban. It's a standard ban, let's say.
Yeah.
That you don't want to get hit with a lucky arrow at the clutch moments of the game. And that can really just flip the table if you're winning.
That's right. And now, final ban on phase number 1. And of course, also on the court of Evo's SG, as DreamHack will be going in for the first pick in a couple seconds. And they definitely can't afford to let go of these Esmeralda. And I definitely think that it's a wise option here. Generally, Esmeralda has been really strong. Very hard to take down, as she has this really high sustainability with those shields being popped up. So Luis, he does opt to go for a Benedetta, which we have definitely seen a whole lot of this as a first pick.
Yeah, very high win rate with the Benedetta, and right now it is the first pick that is fitting for the hero. But Pokemon and Soul, they have to answer it with 2 power picks as well. Who will they go for? There are a lot of heroes in the pool right now.
Well, Yuzong is definitely open right here if they want to go for it. I think it's not too bad of an option right here. Yishinshin has been relatively popular. They can opt to also secure it before it lands back towards the side of DreamHack. So they are definitely thinking. They've only got 10 more seconds here. And what other options do they have? It seems like they're going for Cho.
Cho and Yuzong. That was a nice read, Contra. And surprisingly, nobody went for Lapu here onto the side of Evo's SG against the Benedetta. That could have been great, but right now he's gonna go up against the Yuzong possibly. We don't really know if this Cho is going to be a side laner or a tank, but that is the mind games that they bring to their to the other team, and we talked about it later. They really like to make their opponents think, what is Evo's SG gonna do next?
That's right. Of course, it's still really too soon to tell in this sort of draft. For now, DreamHack, if they don't really go for those sort of tank heroes or so, they will be risking it to be banned out. But oh boy, we talked about the Yishinshin. They're adding in the Loyi as well. Since, it's being left on the table, you can easily go for some diversion plays in some crucial moments to be able to reposition. Or, Luis on Benedetta probably will be so annoying to deal with. Imagine if he escapes with, the diversion.
Yeah, man, that is going to be a really tough obstacle that Evo's SG has to answer. But luckily, they got Cho for that. And I do think that for DreamHack here, the Yisunshin and the Luyi is a really good pickup for them. Those are power picks for their side because they have the Mountain Shocker for Vision. You know where the enemy team is coming from, or you can plan ahead just because you had vision on the enemy team. And if they are put in a very bad position, you can use the diversion to use or to get the opportunity to, just punish them.
That's right, and they are looking to secure the Hayabusa. Well, they saw 10 Seconds Gaming Frost actually using the Hayabusa to great potential. I guess this can somewhat match up to the Benedetta in a sort of way or the other. And, well, you mentioned Lapu Lapu. I guess maybe it could have been considered, but they're playing for different style of plays, and they want to go really aggressive with this one. Like JPL on that Cho, he could still opt to, do a semi kind of build where you can still do a little bit of tanking and hitting it towards the late game. You'll get that UMP or so. Now, Sylvana being banned away for phase 2. So I feel that there's still those sort of focus on towards mages right here that hasn't been picked up from the side of Evo's SG that DreamHack can actually punish.
Banning out the Sylvana Contra is good for the side of Evo's SG just because I think of her as a direct counter against the Cho. Even if you put the Cho onto the side lane, that's going to be hard because one stun from Sylvana, it could lead to an Imperial Justice which Cho cannot Shunpo out of, and that only means that, just be safe, and that is a clear answer to the Hayabusa as well. Those high mobility heroes, once they get leashed on the Imperial Justice, you know that there is pain that's gonna come out from all ends.
Indeed, and also you want to find that catch on towards Pokemon as well. So they understood the risk. They don't want that Imperial Justice to come by, and immediately There's no yin overturn that's going to be popping on the land of Dawn. So that's going to be pretty much Kagura out of the question.
Yeah, and yeah, right now, you know what? I think Hayabusa is kind of underrated if you think about it.
I agree.
Getting that orange buff on your side gives you a significant damage boost that can really make your Shadow Kill ultimate hurt.
Yeah, and they could possibly go for any of these sort of squishy targets. It's honestly not too hard to actually burst off a Lo Yi in that sort of instance. Or better yet, if you can get your hands on Yu Xunshin, hey, if he gets that full channel of OG Shadow Kill on only one unit, he's a done deal.
That is enough to take down someone. But you know what? EVO's SG bans out the Akai. It makes sense just because EVO's SG, they know that Remax lineup right now is very squishy. So what you do is you go for the Yuzong Black Dragon form, you have the Quad Shadow and the Shadow Kill coming out here from Pokemon and Soul respectively, and you have the Cho to actually just go into the backline. So that only means that they do not want to get pushed out of their plan.
That's right, and now Potato opts to pick up this clock right here, and this is going to be really crucial for him to time that Blazing Duet, especially when, you know, they were to channel out this Divergent or so. You could just gather it up and ready to blow. Just take that damage all across the team, and he's also got to be really careful because right now EVO's SG has to pick something that's really, really solid to find a way to protect perhaps the clock right here.
But the way I'm seeing it, EVO's SG is making them hard for themselves because they're picking a lot of physical damage heroes, and the itemization for the side of Dreamax is going to be a bit easier just because you don't have to separate magic damage to physical damage defense right now, because 4 of them automatically has physical damage, so you just protect yourself from physical damage and you're fine.
Yeah, that's definitely a smart move as well by doing so. And we're looking at Aeon here and needing to secure the very final pick to complete this EVO's SG side, which looks to be very ultra aggressive, but we can see DreamHack's answers with that Kaja, and they could possibly go in for a good Divine Judgment on either side of the party. Of course, you're not going to be looking to pick up that Cho for sure. So how are you going to get your way to that Claude or, you know, stop that Hayabusa from punishing you? And wow, I love this pick. This is an EVO's SG special right here. Fasa is definitely perfect. So it's going to be possibly getting in people's face with this one.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that
and,
itself makes a whole lot of sense.
If EVO's SG's Farsa positioned himself well here, I'm really thinking that DreamHack, if they don't commit as much, they wouldn't really have the chance to, you know, catch out that certain Farsa. They don't have that backline potential. I mean, you can argue that Benedetta can go to the backline, but still, if he goes there, if the Benedetta tries to go for the Farsa, everyone will turn. And when everybody turns on you, I'm pretty sure you're gonna go down.
Yeah, and with that, we're going straight in towards the Land of Dawn right after this, as the players are all set and ready to go in towards their very first game of the AM2 World Championship Mobile Legends Bang Bang. So, partners, this is a best of 3, and these two potentially meeting each other for the first time in the Land of Dawn. We're not going to make predictions, but we leave it to you guys watching back at home. And make sure you guys share as well as like the live stream right now. As DreamHack starting off on the blue side and EVO's SG on the red. I'm looking at this really aggressive side of EVO's SG, and they're hoping to find these early picks. And I'm definitely thinking that DreamHack knows how to respond to that aggression by setting up a perfect defense.
And as you can see here, JPL using the Jit Kundo a bit to punish Mikey, but Mikey there with the dash out doesn't really take JPL with him. And as you can see on the map right now, Contra, Potato is starting out with the orange buff. He needs a certain damage because his skills aren't that spam. Well, it's spammable, but he uses energy, and it doesn't matter because it really takes low energy to cast. And that is going to be Potato going down.
Wow, he got punished right inside the jungle, off of screen, as the Benedetta was looking to set up that dive to actually take the buff away. But this fight is not over just about yet. Makes an escape. So that's going to be perfectly fine for inside of DreamHack. It's sort of like a big win because now that you actually disrupt that Hayabusa, he's going to be slowing down for a little bit. But, oh, good news. The buff is still intact.
Yeah, the buff is still intact, but still, it would take time for him to clear these monsters or these creeps just because he doesn't have the extra damage coming out here from that orange buff.
Oh, bottom side is like be a dive on towards Luis. He's overextending, and this might just be it. Oh, a little bit of slither of health as JPL forces to flicker away too deep in towards the turret range, and Lewis stays alive.
Was it really necessary for JPL to jump in there and just, try to harass him for a bit? He's not really with the high-end guy, so I didn't really think that he could have gone for that kill, but he he used the flicker.
Yeah, I feel like it's a little bit of an overestimation of the damage that he could potentially put out at level 2, so he should have perhaps wait for level 3 for a little bit more of that level up, and now Turtle being contested. DreamHack already having a good setup. JPL face checks in towards the bush, and oh, they might just actually set up this dive. Also with a fair airstrike, it will be the Turtle taken by DreamHack, but they are chasing right in. So looking for the target as he will be looking in towards Snakes. He might just be able to go in for the pickup here, but Holmes is there to stop him. Oh, a pause comes in at the heat of the moment. All right, I'm not too sure what's the hiccup right here, but let's have a look in towards the fight, shall we? So, big casualties on towards the side of DreamHack. 3 kills on towards Evos, but DreamHack only walks out with 1, as well as, on top of that, they did manage to secure the turtle.
One of the things that you need to note when you are fighting against a Farsa is you really have to look at your surroundings. You have to look at the surroundings as if it's narrow. If you can look at it and you can get out of the feathered airstrike, that would be great. But at that moment on, I think DreamHack didn't have the communication and didn't really realize that Farsa is at level 4 already.
That's right.
They got stuck right there. And you know what? It just worked for the side of Evo's SG. And Evo's SG right now, things are looking great for them because their magical damage is now up, which means their DreamHack is at a certain point of dilemma where, do I get physical damage defense or do I get magic defense? Because I gave 2 kills to the Farsa.
That's right. And this is the sort of the special move coming in from the side of Evo's SG that we did see from time to time in their local leagues. So now Farsa ahead. This problem is definitely going to be something that has to be answered by the side of DreamHack Esports eventually, and that Farsa's feathered airstrike came in the most crucial moment when they are actually contesting for that turtle, and how could you possibly back away without getting shot right there? So that chase was really great as we saw the Yuzong diving in with the Black Dragon form, and now before the pause he was being stuck between 2 members, and yep, that is definitely a tough place to be at. Hopefully, the best case of scenario, he walks away with 1 kill and he still drops out.
You know what? They'll take that trade any time of day. They're a consistent team. They are risk takers, calculated risk takers in our description of them. So, yeah, these are the trades that they're willing to give. If it puts them on the lead or if it puts the Farsa on the lead for quite some time, they'll happily take it because, the Yuzhong can just farm after he goes down.
That's right. And we saw a great setup coming from the side of JPL as well. He really went deep with the Cho. And, of course, DreamHack, after suffering a little bit of the hiccup right there, the only good thing that they can make out of that is that early game sort of retreat coming from Benedetta. She got the first blood. Some extra gold going right through the side lane. So with that, perhaps they're hoping to find a way to snowball that Benedetta. And good news, we're back in the game. And so
if he gets away with this, 100% this is not going to look well for the side of DreamHack. But so he's going to go down. He gives, Mikey gives the kill to Homis. But, Homis will take anything that he can. since he is the Yi Sun-shin jungler. But right now, we can see the Mountain Shocker, and that will give them an idea where the players from EVO's SG are. JPL gets spotted out, and Mikey there pushing him out of the lane, and the brush rather. And as you can see, this is the pressure that will come out for the side of EVO's SG. They're just using Aeon.
Oh, there goes JPL right in the middle of it all. He managed to dash himself into safety. And, well, great thinking right there, as, of course, they've already expended for the airstrike. No business to be dealing up top against a Kaja anyways. So they're going to take it slow, let DreamHack have what they want, but JPL is still checking in just to ensure that some of the coast is clear at the moment. So, bottom side, it seems like this Claude is just going to be having some free farm for the moment. Pokemon tries to secure the River Crab, but of course, Lewis can't really do much out of that as JPL tries to get themselves into position. 3-3 on both of the teams, and I feel like there's not much of a lead that they could possibly garner unless they contest for the next turtle.
And as you can see, the timers right now are running, and this is a very critical point in the match. I think DreamHack should not give that turtle anytime soon to EVO's SG. They should contest it or probably steal it from their hands. Now, you're seeing the turtle cam. The turtle is now up. Outer turret energy shield will be down in 30 seconds. Now, these teams have priorities. And what will they prioritize? The energy shields or the turtle?
That's right. Demon Hunter Sword already purchased coming from the side of Pokemon. A little bit of damage being done towards the side of JPL. Flicker being popped there by Nyx in a little great reaction. But over on the other side, Lewis caught up in between. That's not where you need to be. And it will be a free kill going over the side of EVO's SG 4-3. But JPL is the next one on the chopping block, being forced to flicker away as well. Cabral now getting a little knock. Further airstrike straight into Cabral, bringing out the flicker as well. And this forces DMX to just retreat out of the way.
That damage output coming out here from the Farce is just way too much, and with that in mind, DreamHack cannot push any further than that. And we are seeing right now a knock-up coming out from the Yuzhong, Blazing Duet coming out from Pokemon. Pokemon goes down, and that is going to be a 1-for-1. Evo Soul here using that Black Dragon form. Cabral dealing so much damage. Divine Judgment is there, and that is going to be a 2-for-1 trade favoring the side of DreamHack.
That's right, and with that, for the airstrike being channeled, but Holmes is definitely safe on the corners of it all. So kind of underestimated, or did not really considered that the Kaja will be coming in anyway. So he kind of overstayed in that sort of position where he didn't really have enough HP to deal with that, but EVOS at least walks away with this turtle intact. So they're now slightly ahead by just 600 gold.
And now, this is great timing for the side of Potato as well. His buffs are gonna respawn in just a bit. He's working on the orange buff right now. And that means EVO's SG has the capability to fight Aeon here. Might get caught out, but he gets out in time.
Potato though. Oh, here comes Predator Airstrike. Trying to look for Nyx. Oh, what a shot! Flame shot as well coming out, and one more kill coming in for Aeon. 3 kills already. Cabral tries to pull Aeon right in, but Maka cannot respond. Here comes Pokemon as well. He gets that double kill. My goodness me! Lewis goes so low on his health, and it's a triple for Pokemon. Maka might just be finished off right here for an early wipeout for EVO's SG.
And it took time.
Maniac!
It took time until Claude took down that Tigreal, but still, that is a maniac for Pokemon. And right now, if you're DreamHack, you just gave 4 kills to the side of EVO's SG. It's specifically the Claude. That is bad news for you.
That's right. As much as they have got Homies really fat in the early stage of the game, Pokemon, out of that one fight, actually took everything in the bag, and he's just laughing himself into the bank.
Now, I think in a way they need to, use Cabral more, but there's a team fight happening right now. Nyx gets caught in between. That is a crossfire, but that is only one man. That is a Claude. Mikey here might fall down. Nice dodge there, and he will survive that certain fight.
That's right, and at least DreamHack pulling back for the moment. They understand they could not push the issue right now. JPL hoping to steal this buff away for the members of EVOS, and probably passing it to Pokemon. Make it just tries to stop them, but oh, what a charge coming in! They are catching on towards Aeon, and he still survives as he floats away.
Oh my god! Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, that is one of the. Oh, they got the kill. Mountain Shocker. Oh, I'm actually speechless that he survived, but that Mountain Shocker really just, saved the day for the side here of DreamHack.
Well, quite a sort of spoiler right there, right? Like,
at least,
I think he absolutely forgot about the element itself. Now, Turtle being contested as well. Make it tries to charge right in. JPL all alone, but he's putting so much pressure that he's actually buying time. But Benedetta going for that split push. Man, my tongue is pretty much tied right now.
All right. Guys, looking at this match, I think DreamHack should have went for the Lord Turtle take rather, because the Forza wasn't there. And so that means most of the firepower here coming out from the EVOS SG is cut. I mean, Claude has items, but Claude still needs a bit of time to, just go all out. That could have been the perfect timing if DreamHack really just wanted to go for that turtle and just stall EVO's SG for a bit. But there might be another fight here.
Oh, JPL extending in towards the jungle, and it will be a catch straight up. And DreamHack finds that punishment right across and gets Pokemon from overextending. But over the bottom side, you can see Potato putting the pressure on towards the side as well, keeping that Kaja right there. But I felt like Pokemon should not commit for this sort of mistake. There is the Purify up as well. That home is now getting charged up. Waiter Dragon straight on towards his face as well. But JPL goes down towards the Yishin. And Holmes is now 5-1. Soul could possibly find that kill. He needs just a few more auto attacks to be able to make that cut. But there's nothing much to do here, and DMX is slowly taking members of EVO's SG down.
Is that a fight that EVO's SG should have gone for? I don't think so. They lost 2 people in the process. They were just respawning, and EVO's might be overestimating their capabilities right now.
Yeah, and I felt that they went a little bit confident to hit in towards that pit looking for the buff, but it was pretty much well read by the side of DreamHack, and this is a champion of Brazil that we talk about. They always bring that flair, and now that Yishin is starting to get real huge, and late game, he's just gonna be shredding people up.
And he needs to get a bit of a Wind of Nature, probably. Winter Truncheon, although it's not really recommended for him because a lot of physical damage is going to be dealt here by the side of EVO's SG. But I think Wind of Nature is one of those items that he's looking at right now to just stop the damage coming out here from Potato, especially with that shadow kill.
That's right. Even though they are down in sort of the kills for the side of EVO's SG, they do have a little slight advantage in terms of gold. Just look at how they're actually controlling the side lane so well, shoving the wave, and now with the Lord already being spawned, they are finding a way to just bait the rest of DreamHack to come right in, but they're not abiding on the bait just about yet. Endless Battle being purchased there, coming from Potato. This Hayabusa have yet to find a kill as he's just focusing on all these pushes. So great parties coming right in, but someone's got to answer that, and Benedetta being out of the picture from this team fight, it might just be advantages for the side of EVO's SG.
You know what? I want to talk about JPL and what he's doing right now.
Go.
But I can't because there's another fight. Let's go. Black Dragon form will be thrown out here. Soul chasing down Cabral, but Cabral just way too fast. And the only thing that they did there is just zone out people so they cannot contest this Lord take. There is a diversion there, but Nyx going in. Is that the best option though? That is the question, and that no is the answer. No is certainly the answer.
Well, we've already seen Nyx as well as Maker getting punished. And here comes the Barrier Airstrike dropping in hot towards the South Cabral. Almost taking it out though, but EVO's SG just showing dominance right now, having that Lord slowly marching in towards the top side of the map, and well, it's going to be crashing towards in the hip. So what they have to do is having members being sent further up in towards the map, which might put a threat towards the side of DreamHack's side, and JPL diving in deep. He might just be punished, but you're not putting that focus onto him. Just protecting that buff at this sort of moment and slowly backing away. There's still a big elephant in the room. Hayabusa is going to be able to secure one turret for the side of EVO's SG and further opening things up as EVOS prepares to just pressure them crack open the base.
All sides of the map being controlled now by the side of Evo's SG, and this is their only safe haven. Soul rotating in, and they only just wanted to get that turret, nothing else. They just want to get the turrets. This is systematic, this is textbook, this is good for the side of Evo's SG, and they're slowly but surely peeling off these turrets onto the side of DreamHack.
Oh, DreamHack responding over to the bottom side as well, just clearing all the ways. But look at Potato. He's extending all the way towards the back, but he's still managed to walk away. One more HP, but the Benedetta chases right in. Luis shuts him down. 4 kills already for Luis, but Potato getting punished for a little bit of overextension. There's no need for the high boost to just go right back at it.
What are you gonna do when the shadows can't save you? And that is something that Potato really needs to look at. I mean, he uses the shadow kill. It wasn't enough damage. He didn't really get a lot out of that. He just peeled off some of the HP here from the guys from DreamHack, but it was divided onto many people. So I don't really think that they wanted to go for the initiation there. It's just that Potato was put in a bad spot.
Indeed, and now there's going to be a Meike that's going to be having a little bit of a glimpse of members of EVO's SG. Now, currently without much objectives left available, EVO's SG is just going to be channeling this further airstrike for fun and add it on top of the flame shot. Why not, right? So JPL could still soak in the pressure.
You know what? A lot of punish can be done to JPL with his invasion play here onto the jungle. He's been doing it ever since level 1. And I'm kind of surprised about the amount of information JPL has been getting. He's been seeing a lot of these heroes. He's been communicating with his team. And with that, you know that the Kaja could punish this Cho.
Well,
but they did not, and a lot of information was given. And I think it all comes down to this certain lead that EVO's SG has as of the moment.
Yeah, but of course, it's going to be a little bit tricky when he could just easily shoot pull away as well. And if you were to bring in JPL with, say, a Divine Judgment, like, how fast can you actually burst that Cho before he kicks you with the way of the Dragon? But speaking of a Dragon here, we got a big problem for Luis as he needs to dive his way across. But make it come here from the back as well. He's currently trying to catch them up, but he fails to do so. Now, with JPL still in the faces of DreamHack, it's going to be a little bit of a dance coming into it. Oh, away on the Dragon with the flicker as well. Combos in, Maker goes down, and now with the blazing duet, shredding them to pieces with the fairy airstrike combo on top. The rest of DreamHack running for their life. This is the opening that EVO's SG was looking for, as they will be able to just split things up, and this might just be game over right here. The first point in the best of 3 going to the hometown favorites, EVO's SG.
EVO's SG here with their first win of the series, and I might say JPL there just gave them a lot of information that, you know, DreamHack didn't really know what to do. I mean, they had the Mounting Shocker on their side. They should be telegraphing where EVO's SG is gonna come from, but that can only do so much.
Yeah, I gotta say, like, the game-winning play was coming from JPL. That flicker to the way of the Dragon. Absolute beautiful catch on towards Making. And you can see there was no response. Can he do Implosion? I guess not.
I mean, Tigreal is one of those weird heroes that you can really punish people when they dive in for you. But if they do not dive and they play in a well-disciplined manner, it's like you cannot just get your hands on anyone, even with a flicker.
That's right, and of course we're going to talk more about this, or we'll pass it to LaFell, but of course this is time for us to say thanks to all of you guys that have been tuning in, and we will also like to thank TUMI for being our partners in esports for M2 World Championship, as the journey to become the champion of M2 has been perfected with the latest TUMI luggage and backpack. You can bring your gear anywhere with you safely without any worries. So, of course, be sure to check out tumi.com/esports if you would like to get your hands on it to perfect your own journey and enjoy the M2 competition.
An established distributor of many well-loved consumer brands in Asia, SUTL Group is the proud 2021 MLBB partner in esports for Fiji Water, Chong's IT's Cup, and Mountain Dew. To find out more, visit www.sutl.com.
It's been nothing but amazing games so far. But of course, before we jump into the next one here, let's get into our Razer giveaway, because we got a whole lot of goods coming from Razer themselves as our official gaming gear partners right here. And well, if you guys want to win yourself a Razer Kishi mobile gaming controller, all you got to do is, of course, leave a comment in the chat with the hashtag Razer Kishi, and make sure you guys check out even more of these good stuff. You got Razer blades, hammerheads. Who doesn't love themselves some great chromas coming in?
I would love some of that, but you know what? Let's pass it on to the man who shaved his beard. Nafel, take it away.
Okay. Thank you, Butters. But yes, right now you guys are watching M2 World Championship analysis segment, and I have to say it was a great match. But this is my job, so I have to be very, very critical for both of these teams. My name is Lafel. I'll be your analysis for today. And over there, we just saw DreamHack against EVOS SG, where, in my personal opinion, that DreamHack, they had a very good draft, but they did not use the full potential of the draft. And the draft from EVOS SG, they're just going to the room. But yeah, that draft is more of a comfort kind of situation. Right now, let's look at the itemization as well as the hero picks for both of these teams, where that is where I'm going to be focusing on. Look at DreamHack's lineup. The thing that they have missed out on a lot is the early game. They respected EVOS SG a little bit too much. DreamHack should not have respected EVOS SG that much, especially with the lead that they got on the Hayabusa. They're managing to get a first blood. That's good. That's great. Continue the harassment. They have a Kaja. The Kaja did not roam as much and did not get a lot of good divine judgments. Homies, he did so good as the Yisun Shin. They should have pushed even more. And Luis, using the Benedetta as well, tried to get advantages on his own. They should have gotten a lot of advantage from the early game towards the mid game and really punish EVOS SG and limiting their resources to make sure that the Hayabusa as well as the Claude could not get much later on in the game. Yes, Claude, marksman, super good in the late game, but the thing is, if Claude goes in, he could be punished very, very heavily by the Kaja with a very good divine judgment. But right now, let's look at the MVP of the game that really saved the game for EVOS SG is Aeon with his Farsa. His Farsa was really good in terms that he was able to punish DreamHack for trying to take fights that were geographically not well. They were all stacked up together in a very, very narrow part of the map, making it very, very easy for him to hit his feathered airstrikes, which really, really pushed them towards the win, as well as being slippery enough. Yes, he did get caught 3 times, but using the wing by wings enough times to make sure that he doesn't die even more than that is very, very impressive. Pokemon played a really, really good game as Claude, managing to get a Maniac. That was really, really good. However, in terms of making sure that they were able to secure the victory, I seriously believe that Farsa was the key to that victory, especially with the damage output coming out during the early stage of the game. Really, really boost their morale. And again, I really have to pressure this, where DreamHack, you guys had a very, very good draft. You have to play the draft's advantage, because there was a lot of kit that was not used to the maximum capacity. And EVOS SG, their draft was more on characteristic habits. Like, these are the heroes that they are really, really good at. They didn't mind so much on the meta or what they're trying to achieve in terms of their win condition. It's just that I am proficient in this kind of style. I like to gank this lane. I like to farm. That is the kind of personality that Zaze, their coach, puts into perspective whenever he's drafting for his team. So we can definitely see 2 types, where DreamHack, the draft is more meta, more M2-ish that we've been seeing. And EVOS, they're sticking with their guns. They know what works best for them, and they use that. Now, moving on to the second game, DreamHack, in terms of the draft, I have no issues with. I just want them to have a little bit more respect for themselves rather than the opponent, rather than on EVOS SG, and really push the throttle, try to get any any kind of leads in the early and the mid game, especially if they have that draft advantage. But either way, I do have to say thank you very much, Razor, as well as Sumi. They have been very nice to me. They've been keeping me company over here. While I'm sitting, I have voices in my head. Might be them. But either way, EVOS SG, I heard the laugh. EVOS SG, they were messy in the way where some of the fights that they took really shouldn't have happened. One particular instance is Sol. He's chasing up until the enemy's base. That was really unnecessary. They have to have a little bit more discipline than that, especially with their draft. They can be good in teamfight situation, especially with the Dragon Tail as well as the Furious Dive, accompanied with the Feathered Airstrike. However, they have to look at the part of the map where they can take advantage of that situation, because if they make a misstep, they could be pulled by the Divine Judgment, or they could be heavily punished by the Lee Sin-shin's earlier power difference compared to the Quad. So again, in terms of the draft, I don't think that is the issue. It's the issue of maybe jitters playing in the World Championship against an opponent that you've perhaps never fought against. So I do want to see that more aggression coming from DreamHack coming in the second game, and from EVOS SG, I also want to see a little bit more, I would say, discipline as well. They were disciplined, but a little bit more discipline on their respective drafts. Don't play the same kind of gameplay in any random draft. But that is it for me. We will be passing back to the casters for them to continue with the second game. So casters, please take it away.
Thank you very much, LaFell, for that fresh perspective of yours. And of course, welcome back once again to the M2. And of course, we're going to be going in towards our game real soon. But before that, of course, we'll give our special thanks to our sponsors, Secret Lab, the award-winning gaming seats engineered for long gaming hours of comfort and sitting form. Available in the Secret Lab official store in major e-commerces in Singapore, or visit secretlab.co.
And of course, we would not want to forget to thank PvP Esports, our partner in esports, to turn your competitive gaming dreams into reality where gaming lives. PvP Esports is Southeast Asia's one-stop platform for amateur and professional games alike.
That's right. And if you guys are wondering, where can I actually watch the M2 live?
Good
if
question.
I'm in Singapore, did you guys know that there's an official live screening event happening right now for M2 in Singapore, Cathay Cineleisure Orchard? It's called MVP, and you'll be able to catch all the M2 action on the big screens itself in the cinema. What's more, you can also win attractive prizes when you take part in the activities, as well as lucky draw. So, you know, M2 has been a pleasure out there for you guys watching back home, but it's always more exciting to be watching together with friends in the cinema. So MVP will be running all week long, and you can get your tickets at the Cathay Cineplex's website. You can also check out www.rg.gg/MVP for more information on MVP.
Of course, you can't be with us here, but you can go there and just watch it with your fellow MLBB fans. Have fun, join the activities, and win prizes.
That's right. And, you know, we really do miss a lot of all these offline events back at home, right? And a lot of things have to be done online. And I'm honestly really, really grateful to be able to even come down here into Shangri-La Hotel, casting alongside with you for the very first time, and seeing some of these players duking it all out to prove themselves as the very best. That you guys, although you guys might not be able to, you know, celebrate next to your favorite player, you guys can hang out with your friends, talk about the games, and that itself will definitely mean a whole lot of value for those of the guys that are playing on stage itself. And before we forget, we got even more special stuff coming in our way.
Yeah, we have the Battle Night. Log on January 30th to claim the free permanent skin. Who doesn't love permanent skins? I know we do. Today, we are very pleased to announce the launch of the new anniversary season of Magic Chess Blazing Hammer. The new adventure will officially begin on the January 30th. New upgrading system, blessing, new little commander and map, all synergies revamped, and free trial of advanced skins await you.
That's right. And, well, you know, we are gonna get ready for our game number 2. I hope that DreamHack have been learning the ropes right now after having a really good draft coming in to face off against a very worthy opponent in the form of the hometown favorites EVO Singapore. But, you know, they haven't really been able to execute certain things cleanly, and in that very last fight itself, was there actually a good reason for them to extend all the way in towards the middle of the lane, because they should be somewhere still defending towards their base itself, but hey, they got caught out for those sort of reasons, and hopefully they won't do it for the second time coming.
I think that's how their draft works. They have to go in front and catch out someone so that the enemy team, or their allies rather, can go in and clean up. That's about their plan for there. But right now, we are heading into the Game 2 draft. Let's move on. EVO's SG here, just one game away from securing this 2-0 in the group stages.
And with that sort of ban coming right in, very standard stuff. That's going to be in the form of the Jawhead as well as Brody to start things off right off the bat. But you can definitely see that Zace is conveying all the potential bans that they need to remove in order to get another win to be able to secure pretty much that 2 pointers necessary before EVO's SG meets up with the likes of RQ Hoshi. And, you know, Zace, he's been coaching in the MPL Indonesia side for long enough. They understood how to really go in for those sort of picks, especially now that they are playing on the blue side. Expect some changes coming in for the first pick.
Let's see. The bans are coming out, and that's going to be Yi Sun Shin. They don't want to give that to DreamHack. And looking at the bans here from EVO's SG, it might look a bit standard, let's say, but it's all about the vision game for them. Two of their bans really gives good vision on the jungle or wherever the other team is. So for DreamHack right now, they ban out the Natalia, and that is going to help EVO's SG a lot. But I think DreamHack is planning out something here to probably get a mage that could get disrupted by a Natalia. Brody is one of those bans that you just have to do, just because of the sheer amount of firepower that he has at any stage of the game.
That's right, and right now, DreamHack being forced to either ban out Esmeralda or leave it out in the open. Instead, they ban out the Benedetta. So Pokemon has a really good chance right now to just snatch away what I just mentioned, the Esmeralda.
Now, the Esmeralda was put into the hands of EVO's SG, and God knows what can they do with it. DreamHack, on the other hand, goes for a Mathilda. It's let loose here by the side of EVO's SG. They did ban this out earlier, but Mathilda right now is available, and we can see a lot of burst potential and protection for the side of DreamHack alongside the Cho.
That's right, and the Way of the Dragon was the game-winning play for EVO's SG. Without it right now, DreamHack is hoping to punch the ticket in towards this best of 3 with a win for themselves. And I like that they do have some really great setup, especially with Matilda coming in with that circling Eagle. That's going to be quite a tough crowd control to break through. So to respond to that, of course, Esmeralda in general still going to be quite tough to catch with the Falling Star Moon. And don't fix what's broken. Don't fix what's not broken.
Yeah.
Gotta correct myself right there before I actually pursue further with this sort of pick, because we still have the Claw as well as the Hayabusa. And
I'd say this is very greedy.
standard stuff.
I'd say this is very greedy, just showing what you want to go for in terms of the core lanes, the side lanes, and the jungle. You didn't even set up for your tank or your support. So I guess in a way, EVO's SG has a lot of room to adjust depending on what kind of utility that they need to bring into this match. But for the side of DreamHack, they do not hold back onto getting the Ling.
Yeah,
they just went for it.
I'm really glad to actually see the Ling come into play, because there are times that Ling was actually left out in the open and nobody has been picking him up. Of course, patches by patches, he did receive certain nerfs, but hey, he's still very reliable when he gets a hit. One good pick is good enough for them to be getting that sort of activation where he can cause a lot of threat throughout the entirety of the Land of Dawn. Now, moving in towards the bans, we are seeing an Akai. So, really smart bans coming through from DreamHack's side. Now, Inyan has to find a sort of response because there's just going to be more of these targets on towards tank. And remember this, there's still going to be things that's pretty much left out in the open. I'm surprised, like, you know, last game you mentioned Lapu Lapu was left available, nobody was actually playing it, but in this sort of moment, it would be too greedy to actually take a Lapu Lapu as well.
Yeah. I think it's a possibility for DreamHack, but I think for Evo's SG right now, they're aiming to go for those side lane heroes as well. They ban out the Yuzhong, that is good. At least they don't have this certain, you know, backline hero, or a hero that can go to the backline rather, and just, you know, try to take down Pokemon, probably Soul and JPL as well. And I think with that contra, Evo's SG might be planning to go for another Farsa.
Oh, perhaps so. I definitely see that one having a very big potential. But the question is, you know, Soul is kind of like a pseudo tank in that sort of way. Would that actually be enough for them to just soak in those damages? Because they still need somebody who could just get in their faces and still do something about it.
I mean, it all depends on the phase of the game. Like, Soul can be tanky, but that's going to be by the time when we hit the mid game and the late game. So right now, I think DreamHack is really aiming to end this game early. And because looking at Evo's SG's first three picks, you have these scaling, you know, assassins, marksman, and mage. So I'm guessing DreamHack right now should just backpedal on this. They have the capability to end this early. They just have to draft right. They don't, they don't have the side lanes. They have a tank possibly on Cho and the support on Mathilda. So let's see what they're planning to do here. Well, they did ban a lot of tanks, by the way. They just went for Sylvana, they went for Akai, while Evo's SG taking out good side lane or off lane heroes there on their bans.
That's right. And now we're gonna be looking at okay. We mentioned about the Lapu Lapu, and like you said, DreamHack possibly have this perfect sort of pick going their way, and instead of banning out the Lapu Lapu, they were banning off the Colgate, which honestly isn't really that bad of a choice of bans. Like, I believe that they know how to actually handle this Lapu Lapu, but recently he's just been this sort of lane bully that he's pretty hard to crack in that sort of sense.
Yeah. In terms of dueling, he has a lot of kits in her skills. He has the projectile, he has a way to dash in, dash out, gap closers, and as well as the ultimate that deals a lot of damage. And seriously, Lapu right now is a monster onto the side lane. If you just want to do well, if you just want to win your lane, or you want to have a stable or consistent offlaner, then just go for Lapu. Hilda and the Kagura.
Okay, I'm liking what I see here. So you got some really great setups. You can see Potatoes looking to find a way to just get a big catch, and after that, Yin Yang overturned with the Falling Star Moon as well, on top of Claude with the Blazing Duet. Do I have to even mention OG Shadow Kill? Like, this is a very heavy team fight comp, and they can still go up into going for picks as well. So it's a little bit versatile, but I like the addition of that Boxer because that's going to be the guide to actually stop big threats like the Hayabusa.
The only thing I'm looking at right now is there is a lot of responsibility put into the hands of the Kagura and the Hilda. Just seeing how they will set the tempo for their lanes to win, that is going to be the big question here for the side of Evo's SG. DreamHack, I really think that their early game is way better than Evo's SG. It's about Evo's SG weathering the early game snowball that will be set up by DreamHack, and they will be trying to set that snowball up and just win it from there. Now, I think Evo's SG, this is one of their lineups where they really like to go for those complex win conditions.
That's right, and even with that, like, they are still trying to find that sort of formula. You know, perhaps this will be a great way to start off the group stages, and possibly this might not just be their trump card just about yet, because there's a bigger opponent waiting in the way, and Arkihoshi of course, watching this game, let's think, okay, interesting grabs coming from Evo's SG side. And, of course, all thanks to Zace. But with this game commencing right here, Remax looking to find an equalizer, but JPL getting sandwiched in between Meike as well as Nyx. This does not look good. He will eventually find a way to escape, squeezing towards the top side, and it's still first blood for Nyx.
Baksha is such a good pick here for the side of Remax. Considering that Hilda will be trying to go for the invade and using those brushes to get regeneration on his HP, that cuts it. At least in a way, he cuts that regeneration. Soul here going in, and that he is caught in a crossfire.
Boy.
Soul here trying to run away. He does have the Purify, but will it matter? He doesn't have the extra movement speed up. Now he has it, and he lives to tell the tale.
Yeah, and oh man, like you got 4 members right there, DreamX. Is that a dream or what? But JPL is just putting in a little bit of the commotion up on towards the mid side, and JPL actually gets punished for it. Like, is that a case of overconfidence or what? I just couldn't tell. But now, 2 kills for Sao DreamX. They get a little bit of head start, and they're pressing on the attack. Making it actually misses. If he crushes on top of Pokemon, he'll be punished by Lewis.
I mean, the hero's job is to invade. And Hilda is really strong at that. But when you cut out the regeneration that comes out when he goes to these kinds of setups, Lewis here might go down. One Shadow is still there, but Micah here really just wanted to go for that, backup, but it was a bit too late, and Micah will just, run back to the turret.
Yep, level 4 intact, and Hayabusa immediately goes in for the OG Shadow kill, and that's pretty much a easy pickup for the Haya in that sort of sense. But members outside of EVO Singapore, they are slowly finding their pace back in towards the game. As you can see, it has already been evened out in terms of goal, but over on towards Seoul side, it's still a little bit risky to just contest for that River Crab at the moment. JPL want to cause a stir once again, but there's a time and place for everything at the moment.
That is true.
Maker, alongside with Homus, is going to be looking for some catches, and Ling, just give him enough time. Now that he does have that 1 kill, you just wait for that first big item spike, and hey, he's just going to be roaming all across.
He needs time, but not as much time as the Claude Hayabusa or the Esmeralda needs. So that is going to be their, selling point here into winning this game. But Micah gets away. Nyx here and Micah just giving a lot of pressure here to the side of EVO's SG.
That's right. A couple of boots being purchased, while the turtle might just be started right here. Micah tries to stop them right through. It's going to be members on the side of EVO's SG trying to put that pressure in. Not enough to take down Micah at the moment. JPL trying to find this pick in the form of Nyx. This might just be really good. The Umbrella's being sent out to get to a little bit of damage. Flame shot, but, well, he gets body blocked by Homes right there. Good choice to be able to just stand a little bit forward to just block the attack.
It's as if he knew that was coming. Homes here, looking at the map, he has the map awareness, and that is great news for the side of DreamX fans that their team hasn't really, broken down to the pressure from game number 1.
Indeed. And now, with all eyes being set towards each respective side lanes, there's going to be a little bit of camp going on. Oh, Homies might just actually get caught out right here. 3 members of EVOS marching right in, and they're diving over on towards the corner. Can he survive? The Tempest have to use. They're looking for Pokemon as well. Pokemon knows that this is definitely not the right fight to pick up at the moment. They get coming from the back as well. JPL knows that he can still tank in a little bit of damage. He's not too worried, but oh no. Whoever the Dragon has already been used, and JPL goes down. And, well, that's going to be a kill for DreamX, making it 3-1.
JPL is getting heavily punished right now just because of the capability of the Hilda getting cut out. He has 3 deaths on his belt already. Pokemon might actually take down Homes here, but Luis and Homes just gonna get away. And you can see Micah going in here. Aeon trying to go for that yin-yang overturn. And Rasho Umbrella Flea is there. Shadow Kill is there. Micah here getting clobbered by JPL. This is his revenge, but he has no damage to back that up.
Oh boy. I'm not gonna lie, just looking at how they fight, it definitely looks messy, but Aeon, whoa, turn around! He does juke the side of Luis, and he's being stuck in between. No way out for DreamHack's side, and Aeon just flexing it all out.
Aeon there. Clearly outplaying Luis, ladies and gentlemen. Soul here might be in a bit too deep. Soul trying to get away. There is the back shot. There is going to be anti-healing, anti-shields for that. And that is going to be Potato trying to get the kill. Hilda here with the ultimate. He secures the kill. So that is another stack here for that Hilda. She's at 3 stacks now.
Indeed, and I really thought that Homies might just actually get out because he just set the Tempest just in time just to negate the damage being done from the OG Shadow Kill, but the Hilda just arrived to the scene, and now JPL still once again, I guess instead of a feeding Diggy meta, JPL is just like, okay, I dare you to take me down. It's not going to be much of a point, you know, like you're taking out the tank, but over the top side, Soul, he might just be able to win this trade against Cabral, but you know, now that he's being pushed back, it's still considered like a win in terms of pressure because they're now going for the turtle attempt. That's going to be Mega trying to press on the engagement, but they can't find any sort of leeway. JPL is on that corner, and Mega, he gets in towards the scene, and it does not look good at all. Evos gets the turtle. They also got Mega along the way.
Should've, would've, could've, but yeah, I mean, Soul didn't really have that Falling Star Moon when they tried to go. He tried to go for that engage. DreamHack here, they're not picking fights wisely. They're just going in. As long as they have the opportunity, they fight every fight that they see.
Oh boy, a lot of damage being done with the Blazing Duet. Oh, he tries to make it out. And could he possibly escape? He does get a little bit.
Look at Hayabusa. Look at Hayabusa.
Oh boy, I guess the Haya's getting a little bit more than that. And OG Shadow Kill on towards Bacon. This is not the place he wants to be. Not only did they secure 2 kills in the back, they're opening it up, and the turret will go down.
It's like the collateral. Like, it's collateral damage. You just you went there at the wrong place at the wrong time, and right now Home is here. His buff got stolen and he couldn't really do anything about it. Potato going in, Tempest of Blaze forced out. That's the mid lane turret destroyed. Are they gonna come in? Look at the Yin Yang overturn. It won't really pull back anyone. And Soul waiting at the brush. Right place, right time. And look at this Falling Star Moon on 4. Ladies and gentlemen, Soul making the plays.
My goodness, just look at that execution. Crisp and clear. Evos SG set their eyes on towards the inhib, but this is not looking to be all too smooth. But Luis, he gets melted down like butter. Potato goes right back at it as Cabral, the last member of DreamHack, still surviving. He is the last hope right here. Seems like Mega is already back up, so they will be forcing a retreat coming from Evos SG side. But they take all the stuff that they needed, and Evos SG have absolute control of the map.
It was convenient for you to say melted like butter because you're casting with a guy named Butter. So it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. But right now,
didn't mean to melt you down. But
no offense. No offense taken. No offense taken.
I feel bad.
Don't feel bad. Don't feel bad. Right now, JPL is at max stacks. He gets caught in on that 3-man setup from the side of DreamHack. And look at this, Cabral going in for Aeon. Aeon goes down. Shadow Kill has been thrown out. Potato here in the middle of everything as well. And he gets a lot of kills. Tempest of Blades thrown out. Will he survive though? JPL doesn't have enough damage and doesn't have the ultimate, so they will just back down.
Yeah, and you can see that a lot of all these Tempests have been used for a defensive purpose instead of offense. It's so hard for them to set up. And Luis, he's in a dangerous situation as JPL is cutting the exit. They're hunting their heads off. And Luis does have a little bit of safety of the turret, but he's still having his chunk of health taken off with a slither. And, well, easy peasy lemon squeezy for Potato.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy indeed. And another steal onto that buff of the lane. They cannot secure any more resources.
Whoa, my goodness.
Blazing Duet. Goodness gracious, the damage output from Pokemon. He's now online. And look at this, BMI in. Ling was there, and Ling will secure the kill. Nice reaction coming out from DreamHack, and Evos SG wants to fight more.
That's right, great catch coming out, and Pokemon feeling a little bit of confidence out there, but you know, the Claude so far has only gotten 1 kill. He's not entirely all up there just about yet, but just look at Potato. He has not fallen a single time. I think that DreamHack really has an issue trying to catch this Hayabusa, and as you can see, JPL just draws every sort of aggro coming right in. A split push is coming imminently with the Esmeralda slowly marching that wave up top side, and look at the Hayabusa. He's just waiting right there.
Now, I want to talk about Thomas a bit. He has the damage contra actually, but his Tempest of Blades is used as an escape mechanic, sold here in the middle of everyone. But he is just way too hard to kill at this point.
That's right, and now with the rest of members of EVOS coming right in, they're trying to actually make it down, but Cabral forcing the issue right here. He will be able to secure the kill with the Lapu coming right in, but look at that damage coming out from the Blazing Duet as well. Cabral, with wanting to help, will be taken down as well. OG Shadowcat has already been expanded, as you can see. JPL tries to move in. Oh, Luis! Quick catch is right through, but Luis still has to win the Dragon towards the Side Potato on the last stand, and this is it! A wipeout for EVO Singapore, and this will be game over for them. 2-0 victory is coming up, but Home is coming up within 6 seconds. Could he defend this one? I think that's pretty much enough. EVO's SG will be having the top of the podium of this group at this moment.
And this SG and the SG crowd goes wild. Home court advantage, is that really the thing right here? Well, let's see. Let's see. But right now, it's a 2-0 for EVO's SG. DreamHack, they did show a good, they did show good strategies, but they have to polish it up more. Now, DreamHack has to go against RRQ next.
That's right, and well, that's definitely going to be a really explosive match to be witnessed out there. And well, what a spectacular play coming out of all of these players out there. So with that being said, we still have a lot to talk about. So of course, with that, you would like to thank some of the sponsors out there.
Yeah, I'm going to catch the live streaming of mega event. Mobile Legends Bang Bang M2 World Championship 2020 held in Singapore's Shangri-La Hotel for free on MeWatch from 18th to 24th of January. A total of 12 teams from 9 countries, including RSG and EVO's SG, they just played earlier, from Singapore, competing for 300,000 USD. Please do support Team SG in the group stage.
That's right, and well, that game was a little bit sweaty, not gonna lie, but of course, I'm pretty sure that we were covering a lot of all these moments and we got into the heat. Now it's time for a little bit of cool down and relax with Mira LaFell waiting to break this one down.
Hey, I think that was a very fun match. Isn't that right, Razor and Toomey? They agreed. Anyways, I really like to see that plays just now, especially some of the outplays by Aeon, but also from DreamHack. I like how aggressive Cabral and Luis were, but anyways, this is the EVOS SG that I wanted to see. My name is LaFell, and right now you guys are watching the analyst segment of this game, of this series, where this series, honestly, is the early and the mid game, is the points that you guys want to see, because both the teams, they had assassins, and you can see the stark difference between a Hayabusa that has been pressured in the early game and a Hayabusa that has been pretty free, getting his buffs and every other jungle resources. But to explain it a bit further, let's look at the highlights to see what really happened in the game and why it's a little bit different. So I'm gonna pause it right here and showing this first blood. Now, it's a good and bad situation. So the bad is, of course, being really narrow-minded, only thinking like, all right, I want to pressure the buff. I really want to pressure the buff. But the thing is, just like how Butters has pointed out, that the Baxia is really good at canceling out your regeneration, so making it very difficult. But the thing is, with that aggression in the buff area, forcing 4 people of DreamHack to be there, it gave a lot of time for the Hayabusa. And throughout this game, okay, pause it right here as well. Look at the slick moves by Aeon, instantly using the first skill and the second skill to dash out away from Luis. And content team, make sure to take this clip. If you guys want to make a montage, take this clip. You're welcome. Anyways, we will continue this clip to see how Aeon, I don't even think he was trying to get this outplay. I think he was surprised himself, so that was pure mechanical skill as well as reflexes from him. And throughout this game, Hayabusa, he got a lot of advantages earlier on. And this is the thing about assassins, right? Where if they get an advantage, even a slight advantage, maybe just one level up of your enemy, or maybe even 1,000 gold, that is enough for the assassin to really snowball the advantage in a way that it makes it very, very difficult for the enemy team to grab any kind of resources to really come back. And in this situation, this is what EVOS SG did. Hayabusa just racked up the kills, making it very, very difficult for DreamHack to really come back. And the thing is, the DreamHack draft is still really good. The Baxia can handle the Clod really, really well because of the Baxia mark mitigating the damage from the Clod. But Hayabusa, when he has that advantage, the burst coming up from his shurikens from the Ogi Shadow Kill is just a little bit too much for the side of DreamHack to handle. And DreamHack, I'm pretty sure that they felt like they did pretty very good in this series, and in fact they did. However, in the second game, they were so preoccupied with the invade from EVOS SG that they did not pressure the Hayabusa just like they did in the first game, and Hayabusa really choked them out. And right now, let's look at the itemization. Sol, even though he has 2 boots, I know this has been memeing, but you know, this is more of a meme kind of situation. But EVOS Potato, let's look at his itemization. 10, 0, and 8. He finishes his Blade of Despair very early on, and everyone knows that Blade of Despair has that execute style of presence, where when your HP is below a certain point, the damage just racks up very fast. And Potato with the Hayabusa, they can accomplish that very easily. But once he has the Endless Battle, all those shurikens get really painful, because after the shuriken, it just folds up with a basic attack, and that basic attack pretty much crushes your own HP. And the side of DreamHack, unfortunately, not many damage sources coming out from Homies, where he has been pressured, and just like what the casters have said, he is mostly using his ultimates, the Temples of Blade, in a more defensive fashion. Luis, even though he died 5 times, but the damage output from the Blade of Despair as well as the Blade of the Seven Sins, Blade of Heptases, sorry, that was the previous patch, Blade of Heptases, the damage output of a surprise attack was actually very high, getting him those 3 kills. And Nyx did not have the damage capability in the mid game and the late game to really help out Homies as well. So in this kind of game, it's the reverse for DreamHack. In EVOS SG, the first game, Potato didn't do too well because he was pressured early, and this time, Homies with the Ling, with the Assassin, was pressured early, and looks like he couldn't do much for his team. So this is the itemization between both teams. After this, we will be looking at the MVP, and I think everyone has no doubts in their mind of who the MVP is. A very stark difference from the first game and the second game. And here you go, the MVP of EVOS SG is Potato with his Hayabusa. He's only used Hayabusa today, but this is the first series. The itemization is there. Whenever a Hayabusa gets maybe just 1 or 2 kills earlier on, he can snowball basically the entire match, just because his mobility is really high, especially with the quad shadow. And once he has his Blade of Despair, it's going to be very difficult for the enemy teams to really defend themselves, especially when they're alone, especially when you're trying to push out your lane. You have to move in together to minimize the damage from the Ogi Shadow Kill. But again, being together is also not the best idea, because there is the Esmeralda with the Falling Star Moon stacking up all the shields, making it very difficult for them to handle the Esmeralda as a frontline fighter or experienced laner. Either way, congratulations for EVOS SG managing to win out the best of 3 in a 2-0. However, DreamHack, they have been performing so well, and I really hope that they get more experience in this M2 World Championship to really start contesting with all of the other teams that are present here. And I personally liked what I see from them, especially from the side lanes. But anyways, this is not the end of the day. We have more exciting matches right after this. Again, just a final shout out of a thank you to Razor as well as to me. My name is LaFell, And again, we will be going to a break, but once we get back, we have much more matches coming up. So, I will see you guys in a bit.
Chivalry is dead. I will revive it. I've got a bullet with your name on it.
Legendary.
Way in the desert.
To celebrate the release of Paquito, we are gonna showcase his true power in an epic 1v1 mini tournament between the best Mobile Legends players all over the world. But before we get into that, let's first talk about this hero. Paquito is a super versatile fighter that aims to be the strongest fighter of them all. He can be played in the side lanes or even be played as a roaming tank. His passive, Champ Stance, is a unique mechanic that allows him to conduct a variety set of combos, making him unpredictable and able to create skillful plays. Paquito builds stacks when hitting enemy heroes with basic attack and skills. When 4 stacks are reached, Paquito enters Champ Stance and enhances his next skill. After using his enhanced skill, Paquito will have a short burst of movement speed. Personally, I really like his movement speed animation. Whenever Paquito enters Champ Stance, his skills will be enhanced and it will also reset the cooldown of his skills, allowing for devastating combos on his enemies. Paquito's first skill is Heavy Left Punch, which he will be using his left hand to do. It is a damaging skill that gives Paquito a shield when he hits his enemies. In Champ Stance, the damage and shield numbers will be higher. Paquito's second skill, Jab. Paquito's Jab is a blinking ability that lets him dash in or away from his enemies. He can dash through small walls, however those thicker ones, that's not gonna happen. This skill does massive damage, and in Champ Stance, Paquito will do even more devastating damage. Paquito's ultimate, Knockout Strike, is his flashiest skill, which makes him good in teamfights and diving. Paquito will dash forward, pushing his enemy and dashing back away from them, all while dealing damage. In Champ Stance, Paquito adds a knockup after pushing the enemy away, creating a better setup for a teamfight. Correct use of Paquito's Knockout Strike can definitely help him out in winning those teamfights. In this Paquito challenge, we have 14 players. M2's first seed teams will have 2 representatives, while the teams from the second seed below will only have 1 representative. They will be competing in a 1v1 best of 1 elimination ladder match, except for the semifinals and finals. That will be a best of 3. Who among these talented players will pilot this new hero to the greatest height and be the champion of the Patito Challenge? Get ready for some impressive fistfights. Stay tuned to the next episode.
Mabilis siya gumalaw, tsaka marami siyang burst damage.
I think in general the hero has a lot of potential.
To me, it's quite OP on this side because it doesn't require mana. In terms of damage wise, it's out there.
Killing spree! Mega kill! Unstoppable monster kill!
Sir.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Chivalry is dead. I will revive it. I've got a bullet with your name on it. Way in the desert.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Go win, go win. My chicken win.
A knockout!
Victory!
Huh? We'll be competing in a 1v1 best of 1 elimination ladder match, except for the semifinals and finals where it will be a best of 3. Before we start the fight, we have to talk about the rules for a bit. Both players will only be allowed to play in the mid lanes and cannot touch any other minions from other lanes. Both players cannot kill any neutral creeps except for the little wanderer in the river. The winner is determined by whoever gets the first 3 kills or destroys 2 mid lane towers first. With all the formalities out of the way, let's get into the game.
Boom! They trade 1 for 1.
Oh my goodness, a double coming in from Fenrir, but that's not going to be enough. Ace will advance forward. Now one more kill would have done it for one shot right here, and he's looking for the jab, and he's landing those left hook. Yep, one shot will move on to our next round. Coco is already breaking in towards the tier 2, and this might just actually end the game with only a kill, and it will be Coco advancing forward to the next 1v1 with Paquito. He's only got seconds left until his ult comes back up, and he's going for the dive, and he gets another one, and that will secure the win for EJ right here, 3-0. Well, Chiku is still hoping to bait him in towards the turret range and perhaps even the score lines to 2-2, but he should have actually recalled way early on.
Double KO strike plus the execute, using the jab just to close the distance. The rotations are coming out faster for the side of 4 minutes. Double flurries, and he finally gets the heavy left hand with the jab. Oh my goodness, that was too close.
All right, those were intense rounds, but right now we will be moving to the top 8.
And now we do have Ace from Burmese Goals taking on Eunice de los Volt, and my goodness, they're already going at it by the corners of the river, and it will be a first blood for Ace.
One shot going in for the full combo, but Ace still able to edge it out. The execute, such a powerful spell. This has just been an absolute game changer here in this Paquito 1v1 challenge.
Ace now wins the entirety of this 1v1, and he proves to be the better Paquito. It's Brand versus Brand. We've got EJ versus Coco. Now let the dances begin. Wow, great KO strike going over on towards EJ, and EJ gets first blooded, and Coco with a great start. And they go jab for jab. Oh, the parry comes true, and EJ, he takes this one.
And EJ gonna capitalize on that kill by taking the second tower and taking the game.
Now we move on to the next match.
Oh no, OP stopped his recall. He's getting greedy for that wave. Wow! Oh! Whoa!
Whoa! My goodness!
1 HP! He was able to survive with a single turret shot. He was able to get the full combination out before he could respawn. OP, he wants a little bit more. He misses his own jab. He's got the knockout strike, but this is right under the turret. We know how these goes, and Curtsy, he's learned his lesson, destroys the turret, and he knows he has taken this game away with his life lead.
This is match number 4 between Matthew and Luis. It's Evos SG taking on DMX DreamHack. Low 5 for Matthew right now. He's got parry up as well as the jab. He can't actually set up a dive. He's got the execute going, and this will be first blood headed towards Evos SG Matthew.
All right, now Matthew's coming in. He's already been zoning out Luis. He took a little bit of a bad trade, but he's still a level up, and he has the item advantage.
Indeed, and now it's going to be a little bit of these moves coming in. Jabs landing off with his ultimate, finishing off the member of DMX, and it seems like Evos SG will advance forward.
The hero is actually really fun. I was quite surprised how fun it was. The combos and the element of surprise. So I think like even the game that I lost to Fertizi, he came to the brush and he just comboed me. I didn't expect it, and I think in general the hero has a lot of potential. And even for like casual viewers, I think it will just be very satisfying in general.
Chúng ta lấy hero nên là 40 hiện bạn lấy thì các skill cái hình gì nhảy chứ cái hình gì nhảy hay ta nhưng cái tập skill bọn hero nó sang người ta chơi mà phải mấy chân này còn một hai giờ bạn ấy thấy auto bạn thì hero mình vậy đây rồi sẽ đặt nhóm hero nó cho chỉnh skill với lọ phòng tha bây giờ combo tới thấy skill với lướn hay đừng combo tới stand to lại chỉnh.
I think it's hard, yeah. I feel Paquito is a very fast-paced hero. He requires a lot of mechanics. He won't be a very simple hero for most players. Paquito has this passive where when you hit 4 bars, you're changed to a different stance. And every time you change to a different stance, your whole skill will reset. And you have to take note of the cooldowns also. So it's not very easy to just tap and play it.
To find out who will be the champion, don't forget to check out our next episode of the Paquito Challenge. Congratulations to Ace, but we are not done yet. We have seen Paquito in a 1v1, but let's see how Paquito does in a real match. Now Ace, along with his teammates, will go in a 5v5 where Ace will be using Paquito. In the 1v1, Paquito's strength is limited. But now let's see how he does when there are no rules to hold him down. I can't wait to see how Ace will be using Paquito in a real match, so casters, take it away.
Congratulations to Ace of Burmese Gold for winning the 1v1 Paquito challenge. And now we'll be seeing how he'll be rocking with a 5v5 setting. And oh my goodness, he goes in straight for the first blood.
Absolutely. And he gets a second kill as well with the rest of his team looking for these hard dives. Paquito at level 1 has its effectiveness overall in the matchup, especially when he gets that refresh of his cooldowns with that champion stance. All right, now Ace walking back up into the lane, and I mean, Alucard, he shouldn't be standing there. I don't think he realizes how much danger he's in as Ace comes in hard with a knockout punch, goes in with a clean combo jab into double left heavy hand.
Yeah, that's a perfectly charged jab right there, and oh my, it seems like there just might be another casualty on this line. Ariana Safi, he's probably not going to survive this. Look at that! The knockout burst just comes out from Ace.
Nobody expects how much damage that Paquito can actually pull off with the double knockout strike. It's so shocking. Like, look, he hasn't even used his execute just yet. This game has just completely gone downhill for the enemy team. They don't know how to deal with Ace right now. He's just so huge. But can they push this even more? I think they're looking to try and end this. Oh no, Alucard, he goes in, but he's way too weak to actually handle the amount of damage. The wombo combos coming out of Ace is too clean to handle as he takes him out and looks to press right under their turret. Nothing they can do, and the rest of the Burmese ghouls just knocking them down like flies.
That's right, and that's gonna be the top side being opened up, and they're already diving right in. It's a mega kill for the Paquito.
Oh my goodness. I mean, Paquito is huge. The snowball potential that comes out of this man. No mana, 9 kills to end the game, and there you have it, your new champ, Paquito.
Paquito hero 5v5 မှာဆောက်မယ်ဆိုရင်တော့ဒီ hero အရင်ကြောက်စရာကောင်းပါလိမ့်နေဖေးထင်ရတဲ့ hero ကတော့နည်းနည်းလေးတတိထားမှာဘာလို့လဲသူ spell တွေတစ်ခွက်စီအကုန်လုံးကအဲ့ဒါကြောက်စရာကောင်း level 1ဆိုရှိရတယ် level 2ဆိုရင်ရှေ့တိုးပြီးထိုးတာဆိုတော့အတီးရပြီဆိုရင်သူလုံးဝတတိထားမှာပါအဲဒါကြောင့် 5v5 မှာဆိုရင်တော့ပို့ပြီးတော့ကြောက်စရာကောင်းတာပါဒီ hero ကခုနပြောခဲ့သလိုပဲ 5v5 ပဲဖြစ်ဖြစ် 1v1 ဖြစ်ပဲဒီ hero ကကြာအဓိကသူ့ရဲ့ skill တွေပေါ်မှာအဲ့လို enemy တွေတွားပြီးတော့အဲ့လို dive ပြီးချတဲ့ပုံစံဆိုဒီ hero ဆော့မယ်ဆိုတော့ aggressive ဆန်ဆန်ပဲဆော့တာကောင်းတာပါဘာလို့လဲသူကအဲ့လို aggressive ဆန်ပြီးဆော့မယ်ဆိုတော့ enemy ကဘာမှလုပ်ချင်မရှိပဲသူ့ရဲ့ style အောက်မှာနေတည်သွားမှာဆိုတော့အဲ့ဒါကြောင့်ဆော့မယ်ဆိုရင်အဲ့လို aggressive ဆန်ဆန်ပြီးဆော့ပါ
Now that everyone has seen how strong and aggressive Paquito is, don't forget, he will be officially released on the 15th of January. That is it from us. We will see you in the land of dawn.
Chivalry is dead. I will revive it. I've got a bullet with your name on it.
Legendary!
To celebrate the release of Paquito, we are gonna showcase his true power in an epic 1v1 mini tournament between the best Mobile Legends players all over the world. But before we get into that, let's first talk about this hero. Paquito is a super versatile fighter that aims to be the strongest fighter of them all. He can be played in the side lanes or even be played as a roaming tank. His passive, Champ Stance, is a unique mechanic that allows him to conduct a variety set of combos, making him unpredictable and able to create skillful plays. Paquito builds stacks when hitting enemy heroes with basic attack and skills. When 4 stacks are reached, Paquito enters Champ Stance and enhances his next skill. After using his enhanced skill, Paquito will have a short burst of movement speed. Personally, I really like his movement speed animation. Whenever Paquito enters Champ Stance, his skills will be enhanced and it will also reset the cooldown of his skills, allowing for devastating combos on his enemies. Paquito's first skill is Heavy Left Punch, which he will be using his left hand to do. It is a damaging skill that gives Paquito a shield when he hits his enemies. In Champ Stance, the damage and shield numbers will be higher. Paquito's second skill, Jab. Paquito's Jab is a blinking ability that lets him dash in or away from his enemies. He can dash through small walls. However, those thicker ones, yeah, that's not gonna happen. This skill does massive damage, and in Champ Stance, Paquito will do even more devastating damage. Paquito's ultimate, Knockout Strike, is his flashiest skill, which makes him good in teamfights and diving. Paquito will dash forward, pushing his enemy and dashing back away from them, all while dealing damage. In Champ Stance, Paquito adds a knockup after pushing the enemy away, creating a better setup for a teamfight. Correct use of Paquito's Knockout Strike can definitely help him out in winning those teamfights. In this Paquito challenge, we have 14 players. M2's first seed teams will have 2 representatives, while the teams from the second seed below will only have 1 representative. They will be competing in a 1v1 best of 1 elimination ladder match, except for the semifinals and finals. That will be a best of 3. Who among these talented players will pilot this new hero to the greatest height and be the champion of the Paquito Challenge? Get ready for some impressive fistfights. Stay tuned to the next episode.
Mabilis siya gumalaw, tsaka marami siyang burst damage.
I think in general the hero has a lot of potential.
To me, it's quite OP on this side because it doesn't require mana. In terms of damage wise, it's out there.
Welcome back to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M2 World Championship 2020 powered by Moonton.
And also going from zero to hero is made possible in Singapore. Follow the Singapore Tourism Board official Instagram account at visit_Singapore. And don't forget to hashtag passion made possible to share your fondest memories of Singapore.
The M2 World Championship is also supported by Skoga, an NTUCU associate championing esports talents and careers in Singapore since 2008. We would also like to thank our partner in esports. That would be IMDA, Secret Lab, Tumi, SUTL, Singtel, MiWatch, Cathay Cinema, and Razer, M2's official gaming gear, for making this possible. My name is Leo, joined by Gideon, and we're going to be at your service for this third series of the day. For this one, we're going to be going back into Group C, and we're going to be seeing a 10-second Gaming Frost. If they can reset, go up against the now debuting M2 lineup of Bren Esports.
Yeah, this is going to be a really exciting one because we have got a little bit of taste of 10 seconds. However, Bren, I mean, you're extremely familiar with them, Leo.
Am I?
I mean, yeah. I mean, you literally wrote down some of the rundowns of this where it's like, oh yeah, explaining everything about Bren. And I mean, you guys knew it in depth, and that gives us a little bit of perspective as well from outside the Philippines. So I'm excited to see them as much as you are itself. Superstar team, some I've heard.
There are fans of Bren all over the world, all right? And as much as I love the team, seeing their Genesis going through some rough times. You know, they've had a tough MPL season 3, 4, and 5, and just 6. They were the champions back home, but right now, I'm pretty sure 10 Seconds Gaming, they've had, the better part of a couple of hours to gather themselves and now come back. This is definitely something that they are going to have to hurdle the hard way. Coming at you right now, though, let's quickly update everyone on what Group D looks like, because we just witnessed one grueling bout between the boys from Brazil. Dream Max Gaming go up against EVOS SG.
Yep, currently sitting on top spot. EVOS SG feeling really comfortable with themselves. We haven't seen RRQ Hoshi play just yet, but you know, things are going to change by the end of today, and we're going to have a good idea of who is making it to that top spot. Well, I say top spot, but it's just a huge, huge advantage coming in to the playoffs.
Yep, again, we're fighting for upper bracket slots, all right? Upper bracket slots up for grabs today. Already 2 have been claimed over yesterday. That's Burmese Ghouls and Omega sitting pretty. They're just waiting.
Oh, yeah.
They're just waiting. But right now, Gideon, I gotta ask you, man, is this the home court advantage coming into play? Real quick before we talk about the next matchup, EVOS SG, they were looking great.
I mean, they're definitely looking a lot more comfortable. I wouldn't say it's entirely home advantage here. You don't have the fans cheering at your back, and this is only just the group stage as well. So it honestly, to them, it's just another day at the office, just getting things done, making sure that they're performing the best that they can be.
Yep, and again with now the tutelage once more of Coach Zace in the wings. This man is responsible for the previous M1 champion.
Oh, yeah.
EVOS Legends now back home. EVOS SG, definitely a force to be reckoned with. But yeah, let's just round it back up to this matchup coming up next. 10 Seconds Gaming Frost from Japan going up against Bren Esports from the Philippines. Who's going to be in the opening lineup? Here's your starting 5. Bren Esports, they're fielding Carl Teasy, Flap Teasy, Lusty, Rebo, and Few.
Oh boy, I mean, this is going to be one heck of a lineup here, and I'm excited to see what they're willing to bring, especially for their debut match. Are they going to start off strong? Are they going to be showing us some interesting picks coming out? What are they going to do? I'm not entirely sure, but they have a lot of personality, and I can't wait to see it.
Was it the color of the hair?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Definitely just caught your eye, man. Real quick story time about their quarantine. Back in the Philippines, right? They all had this pact that we're all going to get our hairs colored. We're going to get dyed. But I guess 3 out of 5 kind of missed out on the memo. Right? That's for real. I'm not joshing around. That was a real thing. Like, I follow these guys. I'm friends with them on social media. But yeah, most definitely back to reality. 10 Seconds Gaming Frost here. Obuya, Nashina, Sevnia, Papa, and Peiko.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen them play. We just see them play just now. They had a very cold and calculated style of play. Very, very textbook, extremely linear, down-to-earth fundamentalists here as they play Mobile Legends. Let's see whether they're going to loosen up, especially after their loss, their initial loss, and maybe this time it could be different against Bren.
Yep, I think in their second game against the opener here, Alter Ego, I must say a lot of the pressure was on Papa's shoulders. His Harith just didn't look so good, and again, it seems to be the age of renaissance. Well, more so for others than some, right? Minotaur, last game, maybe not so much, but Harith, we know Harith actually started owning, especially back in the MPL Invitational, right? Like, that was the return of the white-haired menace, by the way, M1 skin. So we know for reals that this hero has got it going. But yeah, again, watching how Papa performed, I think it took a lot of zen, a lot of just inner meditation and a reset to get this whole team back on track.
Absolutely, and I think, you know, it's extremely frustrating to lose in that manner, especially when you're depending on a lot of core ultimates to actually pop off to make it work. And yes, they did have some very good fights. However, Alter Ego just playing at a different level here, making sure that the timings of their fights were always dependent on the wave. So no matter what, even if they did win, they couldn't push for those objectives.
Speaking of which, you did mention a very core specific lineup, and that's what the lay of the land has been recently. Again, EVOS SG, and luckily so, I think it's a pleasant surprise that DreamMax is actually on point. They know how to draft. They had great drafts. So I'm guessing maybe this was one of the talking points of our analyst, Wolf, right? When we did check out 10 Seconds Gaming earlier, they need to fix that draft. They need to work it out and maybe put a marksman or like a lethal assassin in the gold lane. Maybe that'll help put Papa, you know, give him a shot in the arm and get him back on track.
Yeah, but I also think it could be due to just, you know, the comfort picks and just what they're capable of playing at a high level, very comfortably, very mechanically sound. Because you don't want to be able to go into another pick and say, hey, yeah, even though this is strong, I might not necessarily be able to execute it. And when you have situations like that, it really doesn't feel as good.
And you can see it. It's very obvious. So I guess you're right. Stick to what you know, but always important to play to win. That's what's scary here against a team like Bren Esports. They like to pick up their food. Let's just put it at that. They like to play long games, activate Carl TZ, and just open up the middle lane. That's what Captain Few does. That's what Lusty is all about. And we're not even getting into how aggressive they can be early on, especially coming in from an EXP laner player like Flap. All right? There's a couple of EXP laner types or off-lane type players that we know, and one of them is just like the ultimate duelist. Like, this person is playing something else besides Mobile Legends, like a fighting game that they do.
As long as they isolate it to that 1v1, then it's going to be a really interesting matchup where he can actually start popping off and really start pushing that advantage instead of absorbing damage.
And that's what Koro was. That's what Koro is. Again, we saw him draft a Cho with a high and dry, and that was just telegraphing, oh, I want to stay here. I want to bully you. But there are players like Flapteezy. Flapteezy is just a young man that shines when he's all with his crew. Like, he just wants to be part of the team fights as soon as possible.
Yeah.
So we're looking forward to that. I'm just curious as to how 10 Seconds Gaming Frost is going to respond. Man, what's your take on this current jungle meta? Do you like how junglers have been developing, how they've been evolving?
Well, personally, I think, you know, the jungle meta in itself, it hasn't really, considering what it used to be, where it's just like, oh, there wasn't even a jungle to begin with. It's just somebody.
Visit.
Yeah,
you just visit.
Yeah, you just go in. It feels generally around the same. The role isn't as, it's not dedicated and defined as it needs to be considered. Well, personally, I don't feel like it is jungle. It's more of like, hey, jungle camps are just people who take buffs and, you know, they farm off of the wave and then they go back into the jungle. It's like, just a little bit more to beef themselves up to kind of keep up with the rest of the lanes, especially with the added bonuses of the EXP and the gold. I think the bigger question is, what in the world has happened to the off lane? Because it's not limited to just fighters anymore. It's as long as you are dominating and getting that pressure, you can throw a marksman, you can throw a mage, you can throw so many things. Just 1v1 me, bro.
And that's what makes the 1-3-1 line of thought make more sense.
Oh, yeah.
Again, I am still a firm believer. I don't know about you guys at home. Let us know in the chat if you think that Project Next killed 1-3-1, because I think it just made it worse. I mean, better. Like, it made it all the more efficient, because mid lane is still mid lane. Buffs come up sooner, like what, 2-minute timers on everything, Turtle specifically, right? And you have one lane that is just gonna be ahead in EXP, whatever you do. So you put your mages there that need their ults, you put fighters there just like, again, that want to just detach from the world and start pushing. Like, you have an off lane already, and then you have the gold lane, which just is where you put your marksman again, and I love how marksmen are back. So yeah, drafting a Yusenshin in a Claude, a Roger in a Claude, a Ling in a Claude, it's essentially this meta game of just fights happening all the time.
Yeah, smaller skirmishes happen a lot more often than they should be, especially with a lot of the changes to, especially the support role. I think that has evolved into something very, very relevant into the game, where before this, being a tank is going to be necessary. Now, maybe not so. You might not even want to have a tank because, again, it's focused on controlling that pressure. And I think that's the name of the game, especially in this meta, is can you control that pressure from mid? Can you use the side lanes to start abusing the jungle and start taking those neutral objectives? Are those mages going to be enough to do that job?
And when we say support, it's catch-all. It's an umbrella term for the mage in mid and the tank. And I get what you're saying. Some teams don't even need a tank. That's what we're talking about when we see Sylvana, who, by the way, has just a high priority rate. Whether she's banned or picked, people know. Like, the metagame has evolved around this hero because of how potent Imperial Justice is.
Yep. It's just one of those abilities that it's very hard to escape, and it has an incredibly long range here.
You'd be surprised.
Yeah, it's sometimes, even if you get clipped at the edge of it, you're basically as good as dead. There's nothing you can really do about it, and not to mention that Sylvana has great ways to kind of gap close and follow up. She can even, guarantee an Imperial Justice if she just gonna use my lance, get the stun, jump right on top of you. What you gonna do, buddy?
So there's that, right? No tank. And then you have the evolution of the mage. Again,
yes.
I love that there's this renaissance of heroes like Lunox, heroes like Harith, and then you have the evergreen mages ever since they came out. You have Farsa, you have Selena, who have just also always been on the up and up. But now comes up a hero that has just been banned immediately, almost always, right? And that's Natalia.
Yeah.
Like, I love how Natalia can fill both roles.
Exactly.
Like, she can support and just act as Vision. She can act as an assassin and burst people down from, like, top to bottom. And, man, I wonder, I'm pretty sure we're not going to see Natalia here. Like, that's just gotta be it. Like, I feel like these two teams respect that hero enough.
Yes, I absolutely agree. Natalia probably isn't going to see the light of day, and at the end of the day, the support role is about developing that pressure, and also having that wave clear. If you don't have that wave clear, that's absolutely fine. You can give somebody else to do that role, which we've seen a lot of teams experiment with. We saw the Khalid from RSG try to look to play that wave clearing role. Lancelot as well, like, hey, just use the Thorn rolls, clear the wave, let the jungler actually go out and do their own thing. That's everybody kind of understands that. They just need to fit the puzzle pieces together to make sure that it is something that works.
That was the Burmese Ghouls yesterday.
Exactly.
That was Kid in mid using a Lancelot with an Execute. I think that needs a little more time in the oven. a lot of people are big fans, and it makes sense when you put it on paper. But yeah, just didn't work out for them that game too.
Again, it's a lot of theory crafting, and that's why mages are the greatest way to actually, clear the waves while exerting pressure. They fit that all in one. The only thing you're sacrificing is that mobility in general. But what are you going to do? At least you can clear the waves safely from afar. And if you want to come and engage me, sure, by all means, I'm sticking by my turret. The map is really, really small. It's so easy to walk from one turret, from mid turret to your opponent's mid turret. It's not a big deal unless you start breaking it. And I think what a lot of teams have been realizing as well is that mid turret is a huge priority. Once that goes down, that opens up so many more avenues. It allows you to kind of run in towards the side lanes, and that's why you focus on the side lanes, get that kill, break that first turret, look to break mid. You're not looking to trade the opposite, the bottom side turret or the top side turret if you interchanging it vice versa. You want to break mid so you have full control over the map.
Yep, trading top and bottom is essentially low-hanging fruit. Like, you'll do it because, again, you're aware it's a safe move.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, pushing for mid again, that is indeed the main artery. So going for the throat, proverbially speaking, is going to always be effective. It's going to be efficient with your work. But ladies and gentlemen, right now, as y'all can see, countdown is already up. We're about 46 seconds away from the draft beginning. You are watching Brenny Sports versus 10 Seconds Gaming Frost, the Philippines versus Japan. And it's going to be a heated one because already we know that 10 Seconds Gaming is capable of bringing out these odd niche picks. Minotaur, I'm looking at you.
Yeah, I mean, you don't see it very often, but when it does, at least it's going to stick with you for a little bit, especially if you're the analyst on the opposing team, just thinking about like, what do I do with this? Like, is this going to happen? Is this going to occur?
But as it is, it again also just needs to be cooked up. It needs to be worked on, and it's been a while since we've seen Minotaur be effective in the meta game. So right now, we have the countdown set. It's time to draft, ladies and gentlemen. The game is nearly upon us. I gotta say, man, this tension is killing me. Like, the draft alone, I know, will be a clash of minds. Here we go. Brenny Sports on the play. 10 seconds Gaming Frost gonna answer back. And just as we said, man, we are prophets. Natalia taken out.
Yep, Natalia. Now, a lot of teams, after watching days 1 and day 2, I think everybody has generally the same idea of what the priority picks are supposed to be. So now, the next evolution of it is getting rid of these situational and especially those flex picks. Jawhead being a huge, huge problem for a lot of these teams. You first pick him, you don't know where he's going to do, but he's always going to be effective. Get rid of the most efficient heroes out of the game. 10 seconds gaming getting rid of another prio pick, and that's the Esmeralda.
I think just the fact that Esmeralda hasn't seen much play means that she's just as respected as Natalia and Jawhead, but on a whole new level. The way that Esmeralda works, ladies and gentlemen, is just the fact that her kit is just built to apply pressure even when you're not building towards it. Like, you put her with a Matilda, that's sure, fine, by the way, gets banned. You put her with a Sylvana, she can burst them down. You put her with a Baksha, like, that's good because you kind of countered what the opponent was going to try to do and stop you with said Baksha. So again, an Esmeralda pick is just bad overall for anybody, especially if you let your opponent get it early on, because right now there's just no hard counter.
Yeah, there is no hard counter just yet. Now the next man come in, and it's going to be the Benedetta, which means that Brand Esports is going to have quite a number of heroes that they can have access to. Oh boy. Opening picks coming in from Bren Esports. They could look to pick up something, you know, as flexible as Cho if they really want to, but that's not ideal in most of these situations. You don't want to be wasting your first pick on getting a situational, you know, not even a situation, a flex pick that isn't as good as a Jawhead.
Yep. Besides said pickup, they might also kind of prioritize the side lane. They might go for a Lapu Lapu or a mid hero, just like Sylvana, but this time, seeing as it might be on Lusty, it actually is still a flex. Like, you can actually make this a mage, as shown yesterday.
Yep.
By their countryman as well. That was Yelly Hayes from Omega, who played a mage Sylvana.
Yeah, and they're very comfortable doing it. Now, 10 Seconds Gaming, they're going to be going for the Loi as well as the Yu Song. Okay, so very team... Again, when you see Yu Song, it's a big tell. Okay, you want to team fight because that's what he's able to do. He's not really looking to bully his opponents. There are some matchups where he doesn't mind. He'll wait till 4 and then he'll start applying pressure elsewhere on the map. Loi, great level 1s, great level 2s, very difficult to deal with. And now, Brand Esports, ooh, Lapu Lapu.
It is.
Labsy, he's going to be a very happy boy, and as well as the Farsa.
Okay, so this telegraphs, indeed, it is going to be a tank Sylvana, right? Like, because this is what it is. You want to burst down whoever you catch with the Imperial Justice, and you want to have maximum mobility with El Capitan Few. By the way, a chunk of the members on the side of Brenny Sports are 2019 SEA Games champions. They are gold medalists in their own right, so this is a huge hurdle for 10 Seconds Gaming for us to get over. And right now, man, I gotta say, these are side laners, right? That's definitely the Yu Zhong in the gold lane and Cho in the EXP lane, unless... Yeah, no. If this is indeed for Papa, then yeah, that is a side lane Cho.
Yeah, I mean... I don't know if he's going to switch it up. I don't know. We don't know for sure if he's going to switch it up. Yeah, you know, there is a possibility it could be switching it around, but let's see the rest of the draft is now the red side will have to start off the second phase here. And right now, Bren, they're going to be missing a couple of things. They're missing a marksman right now. Yishin Shin is still on the table. However, they're on red side, so they can pick it up for themselves if they really wanted to. Guess not. Nobody gets Yishin Shin. Totally fine. Maybe force it towards the assassins.
Yep. Choke out Carl TZ seems to be the way.
Oh, boy.
Brenny Sports goes for the Hayabusa. Okay, they're on the same page.
Yeah.
Like, they both know that Sheena and Carl TZ want to settle into a good position. They want to get a solid hero. And yeah, Carl TZ is a machine on Ling, on Lancelot. Like, this kid dreams of playing these heroes. Like, I mean, he's done it in a while, but yeah, even in his sleep is what I'm trying to say. Even in his sleep, he knows how to play them. And right now, ooh, they're covering their bases. That's a gold laner.
I absolutely love that. I absolutely love that because, again, there was the option of, hey, maybe you could ban out the Claude. Maybe you could, you know, look to ban out the Lancelot. But either or, if you ban either Lancelot or Claude, your opponents, especially for Bren, they'll just ban out the other. So 1-1 is a great awkward situation where it's, hey, offlaner and a marksman. Now I'll let you decide. And it looks like Bren is going to be banning out the Claude, which allows 10 Seconds Gaming Frost to pick up an assassin of their own, and it's going to be Ling.
So I call this the All-Star Slam Dunk competition lineup. Look at this.
Oh, yeah.
You have the Luo Yi, you have the Yu Zhong for maximum intimidation. Where's the dragon going to be coming from? And then you have Ling just moving around, full mobility, and whoever is a straggler out there who tries to get away, you got the way of the dragon. Alrighty, we can say that this is an amazing, just wham, bam, full-on fireworks kind of lineup, but it's going to be hard to execute. Like, there's just so many things relying on this going right.
Yeah, and I think the early game is going to be in particular, going to be very dependent on Obuyan. If he doesn't control that pressure, they're going to be in a lot of trouble. If level 1s to 4s, they give away maybe 2, maybe 3 kills, it could be a tough game. But now on Brent, they're finishing up their lineup with Kaltizi going to be playing on that Harley as well as Ribo on that Baxia.
That's going to be a side lane box if I've seen one. So with that being said, I like how Bren Esports kind of just went backwards on this whole draft. Like, they showed first what their tank would be and then rounded it out with a couple more flex picks. Like, a Harley these days really could play from the side. It could play from the jungle. It could play as a mage in mid, as a support. But Bren Esports, they got good coverage right here. If anything, a little too much magic for my taste.
Yeah, honestly, I think it's okay because, again, having like a lot of magic, there's only a couple of items that really can protect you from magic damage itself, and magic penetration is so easy to purchase, and especially with the amount of early game damage, you won't be able to get those items in time before you've already taken the hurt and pain. But it looks like it's going to be the Lolita pickup coming in by Sevnia. I think that's kind of interesting, but you know, at the end of the day, the most important thing is blocking as much projectiles as possible, and I'm looking at you, Harley. That's probably their key target. Do I necessarily agree with it? Not really, but hey, you never know.
I would like to double down. Big question mark on the Lolita. But ladies and gentlemen, it's just a matter of time before the game gets into gear. Bren Esports versus 10S Gaming of Frost. I think the jury's still out on whether this lineup is great or amazing. I'm talking about 10 Seconds Gaming Frost. For Bren, I'll have to agree, man. Just the glaive is enough. You pick up a Durance, double down on Bax's marks.
Yep.
You go for a Lightning Truncheon. You go for Glowing Wands.
See, the thing about mages that most people underestimate is mages work off of one item. One item, there is no way you're going to have an Athena shield ready, and it's not the one item you rush every single time. So, Lightning Truncheon, you get the Lightning Truncheon. Even if you get just the Clock of Destinies, they're already pretty annoying.
Yep, and that's the thing, is even if the opponent does get the Athena shield, they're reactive.
Yep.
Right? They're reactive. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Land of Dawn. It's time for game 1 in this best of 3. It's the clash of the Japanese and the Filipinos. Bren Esports versus 10 Seconds Gaming of Frost.
Yep. Now, Bren Esports is looking to control the early to mid game as much as possible, and especially for the side laners of Ribo, it's great that 10 Seconds Gaming is looking to try and punish him early on, mainly because they know this isn't the greatest of matchups. So, at least get that pressure early on, start those rotations real quick, and force Bren to say, hey, you got to come down here to our side, focus on us, look here, while 10 Seconds Gaming is looking to make sure Ling is going to be out in the open, taking his buffs, staying safe, and scaling for that late game.
Yep, I guess it's a matter of racing for resources, right? And I think I give the advantage here very so slightly to Sheena on the Ling. The mobility is through the roof. Not to count out Harley's mobility as well, able to dash through his hat. But right now, Papa, just showing up a bit, bothering Carltezy and Lusty. Hey, I got my purple, let me get my orange, says Carltezy, but Papa keeps up. Ooh, Sevnia about to answer as well.
And now Carltezy, he's got to get out of there, especially when Sevnia is walking up. That point and click stun is extremely annoying here. Oh, Papa!
Oh, one more. Papa's gonna live though. He goes ahead and dashes out of there. Ribo gets a few hits from the dispersion, and they disengage. I think Carltezy ended up with a orange as well. Yep, it took a while. I think that's mission accomplished for 10 seconds anyways.
Yep, they've done their job here, and this is going to allow Sheena to just rotate even faster and look to punish as much as possible. See, now he's going to be jumping onto Rebo. I don't think he's going to be able to kill him here, but let's have a look. He goes for the dive. He takes a little bit of damage. Needs his swords to get on out of there. Dashes with the lunge.
That's going to be one ult out. Again, one of the few nerfs that actually hit Ling in recent times were one, the energy, and two, his ult. His ult just has a longer cooldown now alongside Uranus, which maybe explains why we only saw Uranus once yesterday. So right now, that was a close first blood. Would have been good if it was on Rebo shut down this Festival of Blood wielding Lapu-Lapu. But again, doesn't hurt much for Sheena. Like very, very mobile as a Link. But right now, big fight up top. That's going to be Peiko with the Black Dragon form. First blood drawn by El Capitan.
Oh boy, yeah. What's really oh wait, hold on. It might not be the end of it just yet. Papa. Okay, Papa decides. You know what? He got the flicker. That's a big deal. But now Turtle, this could be huge.
That's going to be all 4 members of 10 Seconds Gaming Frost coming in. Turtle just a flicker of health right now. Is that even a word? Nice way of the dragon onto Flap TZ. Sheena finishes the job with the Tempest of Blades.
This is a good win. This is a big win, especially for 10 Seconds Gaming. It's like, all right, sure, we managed to get one. We managed to get the most important neutral objective for their team because EXP is going to be a little bit more valuable than gold at this stage of the game. They're 1-1, 3 minutes in. Again, around 7k gold. It looks pretty good. Svenja, he's going to try and control and get that early stages to slow them down. Oh no. Oh no. He's in so much trouble.
One by Few with the feathered airstrike and misses the Numenon blast, gets shut down. That's a double for the Farsa. Brenny Sports is feeling it 3-1 currently, and they're building this lead. It's slowly but surely just way above 2,000 now.
No, this is a huge problem because wait, hold on. Hold on.
They want more. They want more. Sheena needs a little more energy. He's got an orange. Flaptizi and Lust able to roll out.
Okay. Luckily they didn't punish him here because Bren, they could have easily punished that that orange side so quickly. But wait, onto what's mid. Oh, they get the pick off of a lifetime. But Peiko, he wants to go in for a little bit more. Pew, he's just gonna go for side by side. Birds and dragons, birds and bees, all the same.
Wings by wings out of there. Was close though, but gotta say kudos to Papa, able to catch out Lusty.
Yeah, and again, if they just managed to get that kill, run straight away because they have the timers on those buffs. If they knew the timers, they would have known straight away that Sheena would have been there, taken it away, and slowed down their progression.
Now noting, once more, Lusty here has Pull Yourself Together, so any kills on him is, halfway a wasted effort. Like, he's just going to be back all those sooner anyways. So right now, Sevnia, waiting in the wings. I wonder, I think they know. That's 4 members of Brenny Sports in the bushes. Sheena able to answer back. So far, almost 5 minutes into the game, and this Lolita is doing okay. Like, we could ask for more. I think it's more of the confirmed stun that they're looking for here. That they need.
The confirmed stun is absolutely great, but more importantly, it's just the fact that she can slow them down in the early game. Oh, hold on, they're trying to make a play here. What's going on here?
Okay, interesting. It's going to be a wombo combo, but they miss it, and now another feathered airstrike pushes away 10 Seconds Gaming Frost from Brenny Sports jungle. There's the Puissance popped in by Flap TZ. Obuyan already taken out. They regret that wombo combo. They regret the flashy moves because they're going to be losing 2. That's Papa following up Sevnia. He's going to survive, but just this once because they have let go, and now they've changed their target. It's going to be mid. Sheena, Tempest of Blades out.
Yeah, Sheena is going to be hopping on away. I think that was some really creative plays coming in from 10 Seconds. Even the ideal was definitely there where it's like, hey, I know you want Turtle, but if you guys are pushed up really far on towards the bottom side jungle, you won't notice us just steal away your buff. Great idea in theory. At the end of the day, didn't exactly work out thanks to Brent having a good spread and control over the mid, but now the full engagement occurs.
Oh, there's the Imperial Justice plus the feathered airstrike. Oh, the drip, you feel it. Nice usage of the sticker, by the way. I bet Brenny Sports is just waiting to play their second match tonight. But first, they're going to convert, and Gideon, 6-2 currently. Under 6 minutes, and we're approaching no man's land, which, by the way, is early game with a 5k gold lead. It's very hard to come back.
Yeah, it's a difficult position to come back from because Brent is naturally going to say, hey, as long as we don't fight, we're going to hit our power spikes first, and we're going to be able to muscle you off of your tier 2s. Because getting your second item for a lot of them from the side of Brent Esports is looking great as they get another pick off here on towards that top side. Little to nothing they can do about this.
Pico has to pop the ult to survive. It's Few and Flapdizi putting so much pressure. Ooh, just these two. The Puissance puts him in place, and Pico going to survive, but only for more than a second as Few destroys him. Off camera, Papa. We almost missed that, but Kaltizi shut down here by Obuyan as he picks up his enchanted talisman. So this is what we were talking about, like that one item that just makes him go online that much faster. But I gotta ask you, Gideon, is it too late? Is Obian a little too late? Because they spent so much time trying to set up that earlier diversion play.
I mean, that diversion play did cost them a little bit. At the end of the day, they're only 3K behind, 6 minutes going into 7. Let's look at the item list and let's see the actual damage in terms of numbers here. Because Sheena, he looks like he's maintaining, and even he might even be arguably a little bit ahead of Carl Tizzi. As we double check right now, it's going to be 44 to 45. So he's literally only 200 gold away. So he didn't lose too much overall. He's got Papa, who has that Blade of Heptases to add for that extra damage overall. I don't think it hurts too much at the end of the day, but Bren, if they could force something onto 10 seconds gaming, that could be their breaking point.
Yep, I'm guessing they can also just nullify the pick on the Lolita. All in. Like, just... There's so much that they have to do. Hold up, nice. Look at this from the bottom. Yep. Oh, nice usage of the diversion. Few being finished off by Sheena. And that's going to be 2. Oh, just 1. They're trading it for the turtle. Oh, Brenny Sports needs to disengage. That's going to be Flapteasy caught out. That's 2 for none. Currently, Lusty bites it. And there's the Numenon Blast. Oh, he's going to be able to do it. That's going to be 70 traded out 2 for 1. So far, 2 for 2. Carl Tiziel forgot to put the baby boy to sleep.
Oh, and it's not over yet. Obian is going to be the next to fall, so it ends up being worth absolutely nothing. They trade 4. They ended up trading 3 members, and it was looking so good for 10 Seconds Gaming. I'm at a loss for words because 10 Second Gaming literally had everything to win there. All they had to do was make sure that they didn't get hit by the Numenon Blast, and they did.
They got it off, but I guess it's the damage that was lacking. Now Kaltizi retreating behind Few, and Few says, I got you, stay under my wings. Feathered Airstrike destroys Sevnia, but I'll be back very, very shortly. Again, also on Pull Yourself Together. Now they're going to be pressuring this orange buff, and as well this second tier turret up top.
Yeah, 10 Seconds Gaming, at the current pace, they really need to hit. Oh no, Papa going to get hit. He's going to get domed.
Imperial Justice from underneath. Carl Tizzi follows through. The shutdown earlier, ain't nothing but a thing. Mega kill. He's back in the game, and that's going to be a push. All the while, Flapteasy kept bottom lane busy. That's something we didn't note. Brenny Sports, sure, they got surprised, caught off guard by the second big diversion play, but they've also been managing their waves very well.
Yeah, and Sheena, he's going to be using his all just to dodge the deadly magic here. Bren is going to take full advantage of their item power spike at the 28k mark, and they're just muscling 10 Seconds Gaming away, pick after pick after pick. There's literally nothing they can do to disengage.
Pico bites it there. It's a free take. There's nothing that 10 Seconds Gaming Frost can take away from Bren because all the waves are crashing in. They're now penetrating. They're forcing 10 Seconds Gaming Frost to answer. And I think the next step here is after this Lord possibly 70 survives. Ooh, just the sliver of health. Oh, the delay damage from the deadly magics. I was going to say, the chokeout is following through.
Yeah, and they're doing a great job. Sheena can't get to his farm any longer. And oh, is he going to make it? Yes, he does. And Lord is up for Bren. They can literally keep doing this and wait for it to turn into Luminous Lord if they wanted to, just to get maximum value and ensure that they can break an inhibitor wide open.
I actually thought that top lane was going to drop really soon because they were lacking 1 or 2 at any given time. But kudos to where kudos is due. Sheena, it hasn't died yet. So Sheena has been doing well to keep himself alive. But I guess that comes at the cost of Sevnia and Papa. Like, Sevnia and Papa kept getting just caught out.
Yeah, they get caught out way too often. I mean, the endless battle being bought on Sheena here, as they need to stick together as a team. They don't have an option as Brent going to engage.
Ooh, Lusty takes quite a beating, and now Pico looks low. Numenon Blast charged up. They hit one, but Pico bites it. Carl Tizzi is godlike from behind. Nice takeout by Rebo onto Obian. That's 2 for none so far, and they're forced to retreat. This is their own jungle. This is their own side of the map, and Few takes a few hits from Sheena, and they disengage. Flapteasy rolling out. He knows Papa's here, guys. Papa's here. We can't take Lord just yet.
Oh, that must be so frustrating for Sheena, especially. Like, he sees 3 low people and it's like, I can't finish any one of them, but now Sevnia, he's going to be the next to fall. That deadly magic should finish him off, especially with the Genius Wand. And again, the rotations are good, and it is coming out from 10 Seconds Gaming, but they aren't necessarily profiting off of them.
I think their last big team fight came off of potentially that Numenon Blast. But it's just come to the point where in this 7k gold lead, and I'm rounding down, this 7k gold lead is starting to show. Like, you're feeling it now. If earlier it was what, like 2 or 3 tops and just maybe half an item for Sheena, even if he hasn't been dying, now you feel it across the board.
Yeah, and at this point in time, 10 Seconds Gaming, if they just get a little bit more time, if they can survive for the next 5 minutes, survive until the 16th minute of this game, I think they have a chance of coming back. But 2 fights should occur coming in from Bren, as they could naturally force it. Papa just got his Blade of Despair. Kaltizi also getting another item purchase for himself. And Luminous Lord is up. This is Bren's Esports to pull the trigger, or they can force 10 Seconds Gaming into a potentially bad fight.
That was the glaive, by the way. You did mention that no matter what kind of magic defense you build, as long as you have the penetration, which by the way is a percentage base, it's going to be trouble. So yeah, tanks, Sevnia, or even Papa, Peko, man, it's not looking good. Now they start up the Lord. They're looking for an opening. There goes Peko, Black Dragon form, trying to push people out, and at least they made him think twice.
No, I mean, yeah, use your ultimates, waste them. Waste all your key team fighting ultimates, because again, we are the one holding you hostage. We don't necessarily have to force anything, and the moment 10 Seconds Gaming overextend, Bren will collapse and say, hey, we don't need the Lord to end this game. We're just going to kill you, break your inhibitor turns, come back to the Lord for this checkmate situation.
And as you said, Gideon, this actually is the Luminous Lord taken here, secured by Carl TZ. Sheena picks up the Berserker's Fury. Man, I'm wondering, I think if Sheena doesn't kill Carl TZ or Few, it'll be a waste. Now Papa gets popped! Few with the Feathered Airstrike maximum range. Impressive prioritization.
Yeah, really, really good. But now, as the Luminous Lord is going to be crashing in towards that top side, and Sheena's doing his best to try and cut the waves. He should have been doing this much earlier on when he does get that purple buff to start cutting both bottom and as well as top, just to buy time for 10 Seconds Gaming to really start catching back up, especially for like Pico and especially for Sevnia, who's taking the brunt of this damage.
We've seen this before, right? Like a Ling at 6 or 7 minutes, especially if they're losing, that's when they start playing the split push game. But yeah, I guess this is very reactive from Sheena. Very, very reactive. And I guess it's what you can expect from a 302 Ling. Like, you're still kind of confident. And right now he's picking a fight with Flaptizi, and I think he's losing. He's losing to the side lane Baksha. Like, he has to back out of here.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that's as little as they can do. Is they're going to get hit by the Feather Airstrike, and this is an endgame situation.
Yep, that's going to be the way of the dragon onto Few. He purifies that, and he gets out of there. Oh, Kaltizi gets a double. Pico and Papa taken out. There's 3 defenders on the side of 10 Seconds Gaming. Frost, make that 2. Sheena goes down. Kaltizi gets 3, and it's just a matter of time, man. Feathered Airstrike from underneath your own base. No one is at home. It's Wipeout. That's going to be game over here. Ooh, that's going to be the Bren Esports trademark. Recall in your face. 14 minutes, 35 seconds down. Bren Esports takes game number 1.
Yeah, they played to their win cons. They made sure they got that snowball rolling, and 10 seconds, they just took a little too long, and when they had that key moment, it just didn't get there.
Ooh. You know what? The draft looked okay, but as soon as we saw, man, as soon as we saw that, yo, these guys are playing a 1-3-1, that's when we started reading into it. And dare I say, this looks like the alter ego situation once more.
Yeah, it is. And I think it really just came down to that one fight that really broke the camel's back there.
But hey, if anything, I think it was a gamble, it was a calculated gamble here for 10 Seconds Gaming Frost, that if we get this Numenon Blast, Black Dragon form, and diversion play, yo, this is just gonna be immortalized on YouTube, on TikTok, everywhere. Like, people are gonna just call this the big one, right? But again, not against like Bren Esports.
No, it's just tough overall, and I think, you know, in most situations they probably need to kind of just control the pace of the game a little bit more and then look to start pushing into the side. I think what they did in the early game, very textbook, very correct in terms of their moves. However, they need to start translating it into jungle pressure, looking to start playing the side lanes a little bit more, and allowing Sheena to really start popping off in his own right, because he is very farm dependent, especially when you're playing something like Ling.
Yep, as nice as the 302 was on Sheena, Carl TZ was just a step ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, before we throw it over to our analyst, we would like to thank Tumi for being the partner in esports for M2. As the journey to become the champion of M2 has been perfected with the latest Tumi luggage and backpack, you can bring your gear anywhere with you safely without worry. Be sure to check out tumi.com/esports to perfect your own journey and enjoy the M2 competition.
And we cannot forget an established distributor of many well-loved consumer brands in Asia, SUTL Group, is proud to be the 2021 MLBB partner in esports for Fiji Water, Aicheong IT's Cups, and Mountain Dew. To find out more, make sure you visit the website www.sutl.com.
And last but not least, it's been nothing but amazing games so far. But before we jump into the next one, let's get our Razer giveaway. I know a lot of you guys have been waiting for this. If you want to win a Razer Kishi mobile gaming controller, all you got to do is leave a comment in the chat with the hashtag Razer Kishi. All right, that's hashtag Razer Kishi. Put it in the chat right now and get your chance to win this amazing mobile gaming controller. If that's the push you need to be able to get to Mythic, then so be it. All right, I hope you guys are enjoying the matchup so far. But right now, we're going to be throwing it over to our analyst, Wolf. Tell us exactly what went down.
It was a massive beatdown. Brand Esports took control of the game, not only in the actual game, but I think even in the draft. My name is Wolf, I'm your analyst, and let's talk about that questionable game, or at least a very weird game for 10 Seconds Game Frost. I mean, it went weird only because of that diversion play that they tried to pull off. But if you think about it more carefully, you will notice the biggest problem of 10 Seconds Game Frost, which was in the map pressure. I think that they are not pressuring the map enough. If you're looking at the lineup of Brand Esports, they're so dependent on pulling off these forcing the ultimates from 10 Seconds Gaming Frost, and they have done it really beautifully. They were baiting the Yuzong ultimate, they were baiting the Dominant Blast, even to the point where the Numinum Blast was already casted and they tried to go behind the Lolita so that they will not be hit by that ultimate. All of these ultimates that were forced out by Brand Esports really was a big problem for 10 Seconds Gaming Frost, because afterwards they didn't have any other ways to deal the damage. We can see now that the items didn't matter that much. I want to say, however, that Few was really just destroying everyone from 10 Seconds Gaming Frost. Another thing that we have to point out as well is the draft decision of Brand Esports to win their lanes. They have a very creative way of dealing with the lanes of 10 Seconds Gaming Frost. Do take note, this is a Yuzong once again, and instead of just going for something like a Thams or any other heroes for Brand Esports, like Benedetta or anything, they went into and picked up this side lane Baxia, which went to Flap TZ, and you also have the Lapu Lapu. If you think about it, the Lapu Lapu, the Baxia, as well as the Harley, these are not the heroes that will actually give you the victory in the latter stages of the game. But come the mid-game, it's very strong. Most importantly, in the laning stages, in the first few minutes of the match, they are very strong. Yuzong just really struggled in this particular game. He went 1-6, and that is something that is it's not something that you should see in a Yuzong. Particularly that 0 assist line, wherein you are supposed to be the hero that will bridge the early game to the late game for this link. That is also kind of true for the Cho. 1-7-4 performance. This is off of them just struggling from the start, from the early stages of the match. And this is off of the fact that 1, Brand Esports have been playing correctly, and 2, they have drafted well against the side lanes of the side of 10 Seconds Gaming Frost. Few, however, the MVP of this particular game, the Farsa, with wonderful positioning, almost untouched by his opponents. More importantly, he dealt so much damage when his feathered airstrike came through. I think that what Brand Esports did was to really put this Farsa in the mid lane so that he will get to level 4 easily, which allows him to get this feathered airstrike online as fast as possible. Not to mention, of course, the Clock of Destiny. It only took a matter of time for Fuse Farsa to be strong, and he was on point with his feathered airstrike. Do take note as well, this Harley, I think that he also timed his rotations very well. Carl TZ, he was really getting bullied in the early stages, but he held on. I think it was the orange buff timing where 10 Seconds Gaming Frost tried to take down this Harley, but his positioning was immaculate, was punished. In fact, they were the ones to punish the aggression of 10 Seconds Gaming Frost, and that actually started to be one of the key key factors in the early stages why 10 Seconds Gaming Frost could not control the map, because they have so many, I would say, gambits in this particular game. The first gambit was when they tried to go for that orange buff take, this invade. The second gambit was their Louis diversion into the Numinal Blast, which clearly did not work out, and it came through on and on. And unfortunately, there wasn't enough for them to take back the control of the map. That has been their fundamental mistakes in this particular game, and hopefully they will change it so that we can go to game number 3. Let's find out, however, if this will end in game number 2 as we take it back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Wolf. Is that not the question of the hour? Will it end in a sweep, or will 10 Seconds Gaming Frost actually pull off an anime comeback and figure things out against Bren Esports? Back at the caster's desk, my name is Leo, joined here by Gideon. And before we move on, we would like to give a special thanks, a shout out to our sponsor, Secret Lab, the award-winning gaming seats engineered for long hours of comfort and sitting form. Available in the Secret Lab official store in major e-commerce in Singapore, or visit secretlab.co.
And we would not want to forget to thank Singtel, our partner in esports, to unlock lag-free and ultra-fast gaming experience with Singapore's fastest 5G network. Keep calm and get the edge you need on your road to Mythic in MLBB with Singtel, the fastest 5G network. So thank you, sponsors, for making this happen. And so, I mean, it's great. It's great having them along board with us. But coming in towards this game here, things need to change, especially for 10 seconds, gaming, because again, we are expecting quite a lot from this team, and right now they are not showing up to form. The draft has been looking really promising at times, but I think what it really comes down to is just making sure that yes, we need to start getting more aggressive. We need to start disrespecting our opponents and start pushing at the map a little bit more.
It's so difficult to actually see lineups like this, but yes, I do agree. They look amazing, but amazing on paper is one thing, and then attempting to pull off the equivalent of a 20-hit combo in a fighting game against a team like Bren Esports, it's just not going to spell just a victory, right? Like, it's amazing to think that if it happened, it kind of did, right? Like, they pulled off that one time wherein it was a diversion into the Numinum Blast, but I think they were lacking damage, and Sheena just was not in form. And yeah, Wolf mentioned Pico and Papa. It's very odd that you see a Yuzhong not get assists.
Yeah, it really, really is weird. And not to mention, even in that play, they got spotted out, and that's why everyone just started backing off. It's like, oh, whoa, something's going on towards our purple buff. Let's get ready for this. They are just handing us those meals, especially when you have that kind of inside information. Now, honestly, Bren playing absolutely great. They've been taking full advantage of 10-second gaming in a lot of the senses. And when they come up with their compositions, they know exactly how to push those exact advantages even harder and harder and harder. So I would like to actually see them play something a little bit, a little bit more, I want to say defensive, but I feel like that's not like Bren's style.
Yeah, no, if you play defensive against Bren, they're going to enjoy that. They will take their time. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we are about a minute and 30 seconds away from the draft beginning once more. Game number 2 coming at you real quick. But first, we would like to announce any sooner. They've got a new upgrading system called Blessing coming in. There'll be a new little commander, a map, and all synergies will be revamped. And there's going to be a free trial of advanced skins waiting for you. So come on in, log in on January 30th. This once more is called Battle Night, and when you do log in, you get a free skin.
I'm telling you, Mobile Legends is coming up with so much cool content inside and outside of the game, and it's just all integrated into one big lovely bundle and time that I just want to, spend all day just collecting so much in-game currency.
How blessed are we that we have this as a job.
Absolutely.
And more for these players right here. They are just living the dream right now. They flew out from the Philippines, from Japan, to compete at the World Championships of Mobile Legends, and I'm pretty sure neither will give up so easily. Now, back to the point that we were building, right? You did say you don't want to say fully defensive, right? Because if you do, Bren Esports is just going to have a cakewalk. But Now let's figure out what the right thing is. If it's not defensive, would you say completely offensive, the other side of the spectrum?
See, I think this is where it's going to be really beneficial that 10 seconds is going to be on the blue side, because then they can predetermine what they want to do, and they're going to have first pick. So the first phase is going to really determine, is really going to test Bren's drafting skills here. And I think, 10 seconds gaming, when it comes to their draft, I do think that they are a lot better with finishing off their draft to kind of salvage it rather than, be on the forefront, being able to get that priority pick and start building around it. Having a proper plan is very important, but it's time to get straight onto it. Bren Esports, they are already banning the Natalia as well as the Hayabusa. Rather interesting, actually.
Yeah, and I think 10 Seconds Gaming Frost actually chose to stay red. They wanted the power to have these two picks when the picks came back around to them. So we'll see. Bren Esports once more setting the pace. There you go. The two bans for 10 Seconds Gaming Frost, Brody and Esmeralda.
Okay, that's totally fine here. But now Bren, they're just saying, you know what? Let's just get rid of Hypercarry and also get rid of that Jawhead as well as Natalia priority picks and that really great flex pick here. 10 Seconds Gaming in the exact same situation like they were in Game 1, where it's like, okay, there's a lot of priority picks going on here, so you have two options. Either you let everything through or you let none of it through. There is no in between.
Yep, and I think 10 Seconds Gaming Frost, they have a huge responsibility here because first pick goes over to Bren Esports. They can just play the same way. Even if it wasn't a Sylvana, yeah, you could go for the Matilda. Farsa, like, Few was the MVP from game number 1.
That's true.
So that's something that they can just leave open and say, okay, it's up to you guys. Either pick heroes that want to take out the Farsa, like overload my Purify, or just totally ignore me. Like, again, that's such a big ask.
It's a huge ask. It really is. And now, Brent, they've got plenty of options. They could go for the Vendetta. Oh, but instead they're going to go for the Matilda.
There it is.
All right. I mean, we would have expected them to take one or the other, which means that 10 Seconds Gaming Frost is going to be able to have their hands on that Benedetta. And what else are they going to be looking to pick up?
So that's one, Benedetta. Obviously play out of the side lane. I think it'd be safe to just call a hero for Sheena at this point. Because I think the Ling earlier, as good as it was, just did not fit Sheena's playstyle. Like, he was good, like he was catching the ults, he was taking his buffs, but maybe, just maybe, they did leave the Yusen Shin open.
Yeah, Yusen Shin, also a pretty good shout here. I don't know, I feel like they could easily take both of the off lanes at this point of time, but it could be a huge point of contention if they decide to push it in towards the second phase. So Yusen Shin has been locked in, and it is going to be the Benedetta as well.
There it is. All right, so I think we kind of overthought. the picks were right there in our face, right? The Benedetta, obviously, and then the Yusen Shin, which I think is probably the safest jungler / core funnel hero right now. Like, you have the Mountain Shocker to answer the rest of the map. You have great mobility, and you can scale just as good as a marksman. So yeah, it's been a while since we've seen these two teams kind of roll that way by playing a marksman in the gold lane and like an actual jungler. So it's nice that they're adjusting this way, and I must say, I appreciate now why 10 Seconds Gaming Frost decided to stay red.
Yeah.
This is what they were looking for.
I mean, I guess they were hoping for this situation to occur, but I do think Bren is still at quite an advantage here because, again, they can kind of determine what they want, and now it's a little bit more telegraphic for them now that they've taken 2 priority picks for themselves. So the Kaja as well as the Lapu Lapu being picked up by the side of Bren Esports, they're expecting, okay, sure, as long as we're able to kind of circle around. Now, this is going to be a high execution composition in itself. Again, Lapu Lapu, a lot of abilities that you have to time perfectly and aim it very, very carefully. Now, you have the Kaja. Yes, it's a pretty high skill cap. It's very linear. But when you put the Matilda in there, that's when you kind of think, oh, wait a minute. This opens up, like, so many more avenues.
Yep. It's essentially just, if they want to pick off one hero, they have a free go. That's it. This is as close to the Jawhead Kaja as you're going to get. But I think it's a little bit more high velocity. Like, there's just more damage on board overall. But I'm wondering, are they going to be playing a tank? Because here we go. Now, speak of the devil, man. We did mention earlier, some teams, they are confident in playing no tanks at all. And if this indeed is on Lusty, then where do you look?
Yeah, it's a tough shout. I would say that Tigreal and Akai are looking really, really nice for 10-second gaming for us, because now that they've locked in the Lunox, at the very least, okay, let's say, worst case scenario, you pick off either Benedetta or Yi Shinshin, they end up getting Divine Justice, and gets yoinked wide into the back line, into the front line of Bren Esports. You're going to need somebody who's either going to bail them out, or somebody who is able to kind of re-engage into the team to pull the attention to themselves. Both Tigreal as well as Akai do that job absolutely perfectly.
Yep, that's going to be a good answer to Bren Esports' rather unorthodox no tank lineup. So I'm getting it. I'm on board, man. I get it. So 10-second gaming Frost, all their damage is set. I think this is a good amount of damage. Now all they need is a solid, again, frontliner to prepare, and I think Bren Esports is on the same page. Look, that's a Sylvana out.
Yep.
I think that might be the Akai indeed after, or the Tigreal. Because we know for sure Civ Neil likes the Tigreal.
Yeah, that's also true. They might hold it up for themselves as well, because again, it could be a to and fro. And knowing Bren Esports, again, if they really wanted to, they could probably do it and play a single marksman in towards the jungle and say, hey, you know what? We only need one damage dealer, and we can really make it work out. Especially with a lineup that can be this aggressive in the early game, it just fits Bren so well.
And again, it's just all about making Carl TZ look good. And we'll see if it happens. Oh, they read into that too much. The Harley from game 1 just hurts.
Yep, and there comes Tigreal coming in from Bren Esports.
There it is.
Yeah,
Yep.
so again, if 10 seconds, they can get the Akai here. Unless, I don't know whether Bren is really gonna go with the, you know what? Let's bring three supports. That'd be great. And if I was 10 seconds gaming, I'd be like, okay, I'll choose something else other than the Akai for now. Picking up the Khalid makes absolute sense. But if Bren does it right here, right now, I don't really know what to say. There we go. That's
Nope.
Woo!
Oh, this is a Carl TZ special. I like it. So far, Bren Esports, Coach Ducky, I get it. He's trying to choke out Sevnia. Like, you're just not getting your favorite heroes right now.
Absolutely.
So I wonder if they're going to answer that way, because if this is indeed not a tank or not a tanky hero, at that, 10 seconds gaming Frost would just get all the incentive to just go burst as well. And they're already pretty bursty.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think they can even go for the Alice here if they wanted to. Farsa is also a pretty good shout. At least you have your engagement options, and they just want to play from afar. They've got some great wave clear options, great harass options, just all around. Bren Esports, they know exactly what they really want to do with a composition like this. They just want to play for those pickoffs, slowly whittle down their opponents, and then look to start engaging very early on. Rev 1 to 4, just be hyper aggressive.
Exactly. This is Madland. It's 3 mages. This is 3 mages, an assassin, and an EXP laner.
It'll be interesting. It'll be very interesting to watch here. And I think, 10 seconds gaming Frost, they're thinking, oh, so how do I deal with a composition like this where they want to try and be hyper aggressive? Yes, they pick up the Cho, and this is very important because Lancelot, he goes in if he times it wrong. If Carl TZ is even a second late, Sevnia is going to be able to hit him with the Way of the Dragon, and it doesn't matter which direction or at what time, as long as he is out of the fight or he gets locked down enough to die, it is a big win for 10 seconds.
Yep. If anything, I like the fact that 3 out of 5 on the side of 10 seconds gaming Frost are bad Divine Judgment targets.
Yeah.
Right? You don't want to hit that on the Khalid, you don't want to hit it on the Benedetta, nor the Cho. They're just getting away, for sure. So, definitely, I think 10 seconds gaming Frost drafted pretty well, and Bren Esports, as unorthodox as it is, at least it's something that's exciting to watch. Like, the damage is just there.
Yeah.
It's a damage sandwich.
It really is. I mean, later on, it's not the best scaling in terms of scaling.
Oh, not at all.
Yeah, but Brent, you've seen them, especially playing in the MPL Philippines, right? They like to drag it long.
Yeah.
I don't expect this game to go very long.
Yeah, so this is Bren just showing some level of adaptability. They change up their style, and I think the power spike here has got to happen like at least in the 5 or 6 minute mark. Immediately,
If
yes. Anything, they might even like start invading. Like that's definitely on the table.
I wouldn't be too surprised if they assign Kaja to actually go into the EXP lane just to rush her to get to level 4. But instead, it's going to be it's going to be Farsa going up and towards that top side to get that EXP as quickly as possible.
They want the feathered airstrike ASAP.
Yep. When you see who they send over to the EXP lane, you want to know, especially with a lineup like this. We're just speculating here. They want to be able to have the most important tools on on the table online as quickly as possible.
Yep, and that's going to be Lusty on the Kaja. So I guess they're not in a rush for the Divine Judgment. If anything, they're more of in a rush for the Feathered Airstrike. So I think what they're going to do is they're going to snowball off of that. We get our massive AoE, we get the artillery first, and then infantry comes next.
Yep. I mean, it's a good idea. Let's see how it comes in practice. Papa taking a little bit of damage from Matilda. The rest of the team just wants to kind of rotate here. But just look at the way that they want to play, especially from 10 seconds. They want to take full advantage of Bren.
They know that Bren is so soft that early on, look, under 2 minutes, under even 3, even before these boots, these defensive boots come online, that they wanted to pick fights. And yeah, Flaptizi goes ahead and gets the warrior boots on. But right now, that's going to be a few just crossing the bush. And yeah, this is just 10 Seconds Gaming Frost saying, yeah, we got eyes on you. We know that you're not ready yet.
Yeah, and honestly, the way that they're playing the map, right now, very similar to the way they played in Game 1. Oh, here it comes, here it comes.
Ooh.
Perfect execution lands, but that's just going to be it.
Burned Flicker?
Yeah.
That's something to note, Burned Flicker. So that means 2 minutes from now, if these ults are online, yeah, even Lusty can say, okay, go get Sevnia.
Yeah, it's dangerous, especially since 10 Seconds Gaming, a great adaptability, understanding like, hey, if they're going to be hyper aggressive here, we need something that can either match that or at least give us some good defense, which you can do in two ways, either wave clear or have some really strong early game, which is coming in to with Khalid as well as the Benedetta, both being very good at just cutting the waves, doing their job very, very well, and chunking out people if necessary at level 1 if they decide to invade.
Now it looks like it's 10 Seconds Gaming Frost. They get first pickings here onto this first turtle of the game. Few coming in from the back. Oh, that's Flaptizi hopping in, then get that free dash. Papa takes a few hits. Better there, strike. Oh, Brian is in trouble. First blood drawn here by Brenny Sports. Sevnia looking low. Oh, that's going to be Carl Tizi gets stunned, but he kills the show. Nonetheless, Pico wants to get out of here. That's going to be the movement speed buff on to Khalid, saving him. And wow, already the counter go by Brenny Sports is impressive.
Yeah, I mean, the level 4s are just superiorly stronger than 10 seconds because it's very easy to pull off. Lusty, as long as they get that one pick and then slowly start pulling back, and 10 seconds games, they don't have too many options after that unless they can force them on these neutral objectives and really, when they're all clumped together, that is when Bren is going to be their weakest.
You know what? Looking at this from a macro perspective, again, this is just 3 minutes in, 2-0 currently, barely ahead, 1,000 is Brenny Sports. Gideon, check this out. 10 Seconds Gaming Frost, their lineup, they still want to go big team fights. They want to go the 5v5s. Brenny Sports, it can just be Few or Lusty who says, okay, there's one here, there's two here, let's get them. That's exactly what they're doing again.
Yeah, and they're doing it. Oh wait, and they want to make sure, that they have the waves under control. Because again, you don't want to leave your lane and all of a sudden you end up losing a tower when you're trying to invade your bot jungle or even towards top jungle on Brent Esports' side. So a lot of it does come down to whether or not, oh, Papa, he's gonna make it out just in time, gets out of range, and more importantly, doesn't die to the Matilda.
Impressive use of the sword intent. Oh, there's a phantom execution. Oh, and the Thorn Rose just to swagger out of there. Carl Tizi senses, wow, amazing shot calling here by Brenny Sports. And now Few, he says you can go for it. Nope. Back out, and down bottom is the real fight. That's Flaptizi with the help of Lusty taking out Pico, and up top, the fight continues. That's going to be Obuyan popping the brilliance, pushes Carl Tizi away.
Yep, I mean, 10 Seconds Gaming not finding any kind of pressure all across the board, and this is what Bren wants. They want to split them up. They want to play for these smaller skirmishes, and just siege them under tower and bully them as much as they can for now. But Papa wanting to go for a full-on fight. I don't see any rotations coming out from Bren, so it looks like they're just gonna back away. Then we're not taking this fight. Something's up.
And now Sevnia catches Lusty. Ooh, Flicker already used up. There's the use of the Ring of Order, and there's a mark onto Sevnia. Can he use the Circling Eagle? I don't think he already popped it. He used it earlier on. Oh, and now he's inside the base. He's a lost boy. I wonder, turtle cam real quick. That is going to be the second turtle of the game. Can Sevnia dash out? He has all his skills off of cooldown. Oh, and he misses the last dash.
Yep, could not get over the wall there. Unfortunate indeed, but it bought a little bit of time for the rest of 10 seconds. As again, this is going to be a skirmish that does not look too good. Since Quicksand Guard coming through as they try to turn it around.
Ooh, there's a Rampaging Sandstorm into his own death. Pico gets destroyed by Flaptizi. That's going to be another for Carl Tizi. Obuyan gets him. the TZ brothers are off the hook.
Yeah, they're doing such a good job. Mountain Shocker, just to give information, but again, that's not going to stop the onslaught that Bren has been putting. 7-0 here.
And this is exactly what we said was going to happen, dude. They were going to be very aggressive. Power spike happening at 6 minutes. And right now, Sheena just wants his purple. That's it. Like, I just want to farm, guys.
I just want to get my buffs, man. I just want to get my buffs. But yeah, Bren, being hyper aggressive here is so beneficial. And now it's time for starting to get those bigger objectives. And most important ones is getting rid of those towers. It denies vision. It denies pressure. And oh boy.
Ooh, Wave the Dragon on to Flapteasy. He walks into the bush, but he is very confident. I was losing my words. Wow, just impressed at how much Kartizi is doing here. Nice push back here by Few. Circling Eagle, pushing him out of the way of the feathered airstrike, but they get Obuyan in the back line anyways, while Pico makes the most of this. He goes for the split push up top.
Yeah, I mean, they are 6K behind. They are 6K behind here. Sorry, they're going to be 4K behind here at the 6-minute mark, and the rest of the team is going to be looking to kind of like get that pressure. Okay, we've gotten that mid bot tier 1. Top tier 1 looking to be almost destroying, but this is the most important one. They break mid, and now they're going to have full control over towards that bot side. If they break top, then it just becomes their jungle is not going to be a safe place for 10 Seconds Gaming to farm in.
And now Obuyan, despite sitting at 0-3-0, gets Clock of Destiny relatively early on. Now Flapteasy caught out Way of the Dragon once more, and Papa, these two side laners, they want to get him. Ooh, that is actually the Cho. It's not Pico on the Cho now, it's a tank. But real quick, ooh, Electro Final Blow through the wall. Oh, that's interesting. It makes it through the thick walls. That's a huge range. So again, ladies and gentlemen, more reason to pick Benedetta. Oh, I think the skirmish is continuing down bottom too.
Yeah, I think
they're
so too.
They're chasing him all the way.
Are they going to connect? Is it going to connect? No. They understand. It's like, okay, guys. Jokes aside, we need to take these neutral objectives.
Carl Teasy here, focusing on the turtle once more. I think it's second to the last turtle of the game. Oh, big fight down bottom.
Oh, what is going on down there?
Oh, circling Eagle onto Obuyan. That's a lot of damage onto Few. He might pay the price here. There he goes. That's going to be a shutdown on to the mage, the mid hero for Brenny Sports. And now Papa, ooh, using the sword intent to dodge Flapteasy's assault. And now, oh, Phantom Execution.
No
spotted
way.
Sheena. I was just going to say, man, Sheena's playing very passive.
Yeah, Sheena's playing super passive. And again, another pick going over to Bren. 11-1 right now. They are just making sure that if they find cracks in 10 Seconds Gaming line of play, they're just going to put so much pressure on it until something crumbles and breaks. And they're going to pick up those pieces, and they're going to turn it back into sand.
The name of the game for Brenny Sports here is divide and conquer. They're just all the happier if they see 10 Seconds Gaming Frost all over the map. If Sevnia can't shot call, if Obuyan can't say, hey, the team fight's over here, that's exactly what Brenny Sports wants.
Yeah, this is just disrupting the communication, and I think Bren is doing a really good job at this division here because, again, comms are going to get really, really messy when things are happening from top to bottom side of the map, and you have to, as the shot caller, you need to make a choice.
And right now, Sevnia makes a choice because obviously Flapteasy knows. And now the push happens. Electro Final Blow being used here. Mountain Shocker spots out the rest of Brenny Sports. And what's Sheena to do? I lost my orange.
Oh boy. All right. I guess that's fine for now. Bren, even if they don't get too much, and especially since mid tier 1 isn't there, they can take these buffs very, very easily. 10 Seconds Gaming can't really walk out of their base to do anything because if they do, they are going to get locked down till Kingdom Come.
The choke has begun. 9 minutes in, they're waiting for the first Lord of the game. And man, I could have sworn that they were going to take it first in early game, but hold up! Lusty gets hit with the Way of the Dragon, and that's going to be one. Papa shuts him down, but Kartizi makes the others pay anyways. 3 for 1, immediately traded out. Make that a 4 for 1.
Give it to him!
Pico only watches, and he needs to get out of here. Can he, though?
Give it to him!
3 members chasing him down, and there's only so much alone Khalid can do. There's the wipeout. There's the last takedown. 10 Seconds Gaming Frost not going to be here to defend, and I think Brenny Sports knows they can finish.
And that's going to be the first Savage coming into M2, going over to Bren. These guys, Kartizi is going to be such a happy boy having that under his belt. Hey, I got a Savage in M2. What you got?
Yep, the prodigy, ladies and gentlemen, proving himself worthy of the world stage. Mountain Shocker just to check, and yes, Sheena, indeed, Bren is going for the Lord.
Oh boy. I mean, they've already taken an inhibitor. They've cracked 10 Seconds wide open. 10k goalie here, Sevnia, going for a desperation play here, but he's going to get hit by 2 feather airstrikes, and the Thorn Rose is just too big for him to handle.
And I think Obeon was panicking. Sheena gets pulled in by Lusty. Divine Judgment on point. Brilliance just at the mere sight of a single member of Brenny Sports. That's how scary it is now to be on the receiving side of this onslaught. 10 seconds Gaming Frost. Gotta ask you, Gideon, what are their chances here? What can they do to push back? What can they do to stay in the game?
They honestly, at this point of time, like even if I were to say they should stay in their base and actually play for that siege, at this point of time, there is no coming back from this. As long as Cartesi is alive and they can't get rid of him, everybody else essentially is just there to back him up. Oh, we can save him from situations, we can feed him those kills, and 10 seconds gaming, they don't have a way to lock him down other than Sevnia.
And right now they're looking for that, and it seems to be a shot in the dark. Mountain Shocker here just to help clear the waves and of course take down Lord. A successful attempt by 10 Seconds Gaming Frost, but it's far from over. If anything, it's just begun.
And they do get the initial stun, and now the fight begins.
Ooh, there's the Feathered Airstrike, and they destroy Pico. Who's going to be next, says Bren Esports. It looks like they're taking their time, and the answer is Papa. I love the effort. That's definitely an A in my book, that you use Electro Final Blow and Sword Intent parry to get out of there, but it's just not going to happen. Sevnia going to be next. That's 2 defenders left. Sheena and Obuyan, of course, your damage dealers, but really, how can you stop what Bren Esports is trying to do? It's just a matter of seconds. Nice pull in by Lusty, and they are gonna go for the finish. Not even 12 minutes in, Gideon. 11:59, Bren Esports sweeps 10-second Gaming Frost.
Oh boy, that game too, that was so brutal to watch, because again, if I was on 10 seconds gaming, it must be the most frustrating composition to deal with, especially when it comes online. They've got 2 items each, they've got their ultimates pretty much every single time you get out of your spawn. That sucks.
It's interesting. I mean, the draft alone had us scratching our heads on both sides.
Oh yeah.
On both sides, but if anything, it was the promise of damage from Bren. The promise of damage, and boy, oh boy, did they deliver.
Yeah, it's frustrating to see, because again, a composition like this in a lot of situations shouldn't work. It really shouldn't. But when you have players like Altezi here, who is extremely efficient at picking up kills, in securing them by himself, on top of the fact that his entire team are like, you know what, let's just spoon feed him a couple, just take 1, 2, and now water him a little bit, and now the plant will grow naturally, and it just completely took over the game.
He's a growing boy, right? And now
so quick.
He has blossomed into a handsome young fellow. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we're going to have to ask for the help of our analyst here, Wolf, to break down that game and, of course, the rest of the series. But before that, we would like to remind you guys to catch the live streaming of this mega event. Mobile Legends Bang Bang M2 World Championship 2020, held in Singapore's Shangri-La Hotel for free, by the way, on MeWatch from the 18th of January to the 24th. A total of 12 teams from 9 countries, including RSG and EVOS SG of Singapore, will be competing for a grand total of $300,000 US. For all of you folks from Singapore, your hometown heroes need your support. Show some love for EVOS SG and RSG in the group stage. Once more, my name is Leo. This here is Gideon. We have been at your service for this 3rd series of the day. We'll be calling on Wolf right now, our analyst, to help us understand exactly how Brenny Sports defeated 10 Seconds Gaming Frost.
Cartesi happened. That's it. As simple as that. My name is Wolf, your analyst, and let's talk about that game number 2. Apart from the fact that Cartesi happened, this was an interesting decision from Bren Esports, because they did utilize some weird heroes in a way to counter one of the meta heroes that 10 Seconds Gaming Frost picked up. For example, the Yi Sin-Shin, it was answered by this Lancelot in a way that it's not a direct counter or anything, but the way that you play this anti-objective aggression coming out from the Lancelot really just stopped Sheena, the Yi Sin-Shin, from getting what he wants. The Benedetta as well is having a lot of problems against this Farsa that just won the lane into the top lane. But more about that as we see into the highlights. Such an impressive movements coming out from all of the heroes of Bren Esports. I think game sense really was the thing that brought Cartesi to just be so dominant in this particular game. Look at this. This is the first display onto the bottom part of the screen. He just went in to get the targets that he knows he will get into. And this is also a very nice fight coming out from Cartesi. And boy, oh boy, you have to pause here, or maybe just a little bit, because we know exactly what's gonna happen, and it's gonna be a Savage. Right, a few just stepping into that bush, just, you know, mind sweeping through it all, looking for that 5th kill for Kaltizi. They made him look good. But yeah, going back, game sense was definitely what gave Kaltizi the right to have the Savage in this particular game. There was a time where he was in his 2nd kill, he went into the top lane, utilized, by the way, he attacked the Crammer first, pulling it back so that the puncture will go upwards. I think that was a big brain play, and I can talk about it all day long. And then there was the thing that happened in the bottom lane, and then another into the bottom lane that's nearer the side of the blue team. And then, of course, that Savage. Man, I can make a video out of it, honestly, on how Kaltizi was able to utilize this hero. By the way, at a certain point in the MPL Season 6, for the entire season, before Bren Esports dropped the